Well, hello there, and a very warm no, scratch that, a cold, wet, and indeed salty welcome to this edition of Happy Times and Places. It's an omnibus in which I, Toby Hadoke, watch a whole Doctor Who story chosen by a friend of mine and see, as I commentate along, if I can guess what they like about it.
Hello, my name's Stephen Hatcher. I'm the coordinator of the Hoover's Doctor Who group based in Derby. And for the last 11 years, I've been the organizer of the Hooverville convention that we organize once a year in normal times. And for the last couple of years, we've also been organizing Big Finish Day in conjunction with our friends at Big Finish. Over the years, I've done a bit of writing as well. I wrote 5 stories for Big Finish Short Trips books. Recently, I've contributed a couple of pieces for Doctor Who magazine. And over the years, I've written any number of pieces for charity anthologies and essay collections on Doctor Who and loads of other TV-related topics, including Star Cops, Catweasel, The Tomorrow People, Star Trek, Buffy the Vampire Slayer, Douglas Adams, David Bowie, all sorts of stuff. And I'm also the fiction editor of the Doctor Who Appreciation Society magazine, Cosmic Mask. Well, thanks so much to Toby for inviting me to suggest a story for him to talk about. Toby, what I've got for you is the Sea Devils. Now, the Sea Devils is something very special for me because this was the story that really turned me on to being a Doctor Who fan. I'm old enough to have watched Doctor Who right from the beginning. I was born in 1958, but for various family reasons, throughout the 60s, I saw very little Doctor Who. The first story I actually remember seeing anything of at all is The Web Planet, and I've got vague memories of the massacre, but nothing very much at all during the 60s, although of course I was very aware of it, the same as every child growing up at that time was. And then on December the 27th, 1972, I caught the Omnibus edition of The Sea Devils. And it absolutely hooked me. I loved the fact that it was set on Earth. That very much about that story was the sea setting of it. I loved the fact that it was set, well, at sea, basically. The sea's always been something that's meant a lot to me. I was brought up in Warwickshire, about as far away from the sea as you can get in England, on a small island. But to say I had a naval background is putting it a bit strongly, but my dad was before I was born. He was a member of the. He was in the Navy. He was a regular Navy person, serving on aircraft carriers and the rest of it. And my brother and I, as we were growing up, we always enjoyed my dad's stories about his time in the Navy, around about the time of the Korean War and that sort of business. So the Navy's always meant a lot for me. We loved our holidays to the seaside. Most, well, not every summer, but when we did go, we went to the seaside. And my dad seemed to very much light up when he was inside of the sea. Um, yeah, he almost sort of turned into some sort of piratical figure as we reached the sea. I think it's probably a bit silly, but there we go. My dad died earlier this year, so memories of him are very strong at the moment. So the sea and the earthbound setting and all the rest of it absolutely got me hooked. I loved Pertwee as the Doctor, and I love Joe and everything about this fabulous story. Now people have told me that the Sea Devils is nowhere near as good a story as the Silurians, the story that it got so much of its inspiration from. In many ways, it was a sequel to. Yeah, I hear what they're saying, but they're wrong. Yes, it's true that the portrayal of the Earth reptiles, the Sea Devils, Silurians, call them what you want, is much more nuanced and I suppose interesting in the earlier story, the Silurians. And the Sea Devils were, I suppose, pretty much not hugely interesting in terms of what they were doing. They were blowing ships up. They were doing what the master told them. But there we've hit the nub as to why this this story is for me so much better than the earlier story. The Master, you've got the mighty Delgado in there at his very, very best. Now, the bizarre thing is, when I came to see this story again, many, many, many years later, I had very strong memories of the Sea Devils. I saw it in the repeat season of, what would that be, 1992? As I remember it, Sunday lunchtime repeats of Doctor Who stories. And there was the Sea Devils. And the one aspect of the story that I'd completely forgotten was the fact that the Master was in it, which is bizarre because he totally dominates the story, and I'd forgotten he was in it. There we are. Right, okay, well, if I can get on to my things that I want to say I particularly remember, particularly love for each episode.
Well, hello everybody. Welcome to this episode of Happy Times and Places. I'm happily ensconced on a Sunday bank holiday, and I'm going to watch some Sea Devils. Now, I'm not sure it's always right to date these because they come out quite a lot later if you're not a patron. Because actually the date should be immaterial because I'm watching old Doctor Who. But the reason I'm in a Sea Devil kind of mood is because 2 weeks ago today, the Sea Devils returned in present-day Doctor Who, looking very much like they do in this one, although dressed more piratically rather than in string vests. And I like both costumes, so there's no... I'm not comparing costumes at all. I think both look great. So I'd actually intended to do this particular adventure in the run-up to that, just for my own, because I was feeling Sea Devil-y, and I thought, well, I'm going to watch. I want to watch the original. But then I just watched the original. What I'm about to commentate over, I just watched for pleasure, which is because I have to remind myself sometimes I like Doctor Who, and sometimes it's all right just to watch Doctor Who. So I'd geared it up all ready to do the commentary, and I thought I'd actually just quite like to watch it. So watch it I did. So I'm perhaps slightly more clued up than so I was with the Dominators, which was the last story I did, which I hadn't seen for donkey's years. But either way, I say that for full disclosure. Welcome, thank you so much for listening. I'm, preparing myself. That was a lovely introduction for Steve. I'm sorry to hear about his dad. I did know about that because we're Facebook friends. Steve is a lovely fella, organises terrific events, and I'm so delighted he's chosen this story. And it is apposite that we do it in this time where everyone is currently in sort of Who fandom discussing the merits or otherwise of the legend of the Sea Devils, and of course actually everyone's gearing up to the possible announcement of the new Doctor Who, which non-patrons, when you hear this, will be old news. Well, Hugh Grant will have been to Gallifrey by the time you listen to this. But we are in the dark, so we're going to go underwater to encounter the marine cousins of the Silurians. A great story that, as Steve suggested. I'm looking forward to doing Doctor Who and the Silurians, but we have its cousin, the Sea Devils, and we're going to press play in 3, 2, 1.
Playing from Sausage Magoo.
Sorry, that's the name of my. That's Alexa telling me that's the name of our speaker, Sausage Magoo. I don't know why it's taking ages to load. So this is exciting. There we go. Right. Alexa, volume 4. Alexa, volume 3. Okay, so yeah, I don't want to wake the neighbours with Delia Derbyshire's best unearthly caterwauls. Well, I mean, I leave all that stuff in. Why not? I know a lot of podcasts that leave in ums and little segues that go nowhere. I love this opening, and I'm constrained by time. I have to fit this into the episode itself. I think this is a wonderfully economical opening. I was disappointed when I first saw it, when I first saw this as a grotty bootleg video. We'll discuss that later. Because the opening chapter of the book, The Sea Devils, has this great thing on the SS Pevensey Castle, where there's a lieutenant called Mitchell, they see, and Sparks, the radio guy, and a guy called Scouse, who's presumed, and they have this whole thing, and I think the Sea Devil killed Mitchell first, and yet Mitchell is introduced as your focal character. I think it's Mitchell, though I think David Griffin's character is Mitchell later. Maybe they use the name for the different characters. But anyway, it's a whole big epic, monsters burn. Oh, and it's terrifying because the sailors try to escape, but the Sea Devil burns the boats from underneath, which we get an element of later on, but you actually see it happening in that opening chapter. And it's really grim. These are monsters that attack you at sea, but they won't even let you off the boat that you're on, and they destroy the boat that you're on. There's no escape. It's an amazing opening. So, of course, but the money couldn't buy, certainly not Doctor Who in 1972 money couldn't buy. Strictly speaking, it was made in 1971. But I think just having one actor, Neil Saylor, who turns up later in Death to the Daleks. Michael Bryant knew him quite well, I think. Just doing that, we're under attack, and he does that quite, professionally. And then just the hand and the blur out of focus as he puts his hand to its face. It's terrific. What an opening when you can't do what the book can do, and you've just got an actor and a green glove and some imagination as to what to do with your camera. I think that's as good a cold opening of Doctor Who as you could possibly have. I do wonder why all the guards have moustaches. I don't know. A level in prisoner etiquette, B-Tech in sharpshooting, and City and Guilds in moustaches. I love this as well. I love the whole thing about Trenchard, but he's quite rude to them there. But then he's not rude when he speaks to them. He's not a rude character, but he does rude things because that's what people in authority do. It would have been sort of less surprising if he'd then been really brusque and unpleasant with them. But it's not. It's just the thing that he does is he makes people wait. There's a brilliant bit later with the Gulf when he says in conference. Clive Morton, who I think you'll find, I'm going to point you to a mistake in a previous Seeds of Death. Last time I'd looked, I'm sure in a theatre book or something, or a character actor's book, I'd read that Hugh Morton from the Seeds of Death was Clive Morton from the Sea Devils, his brother. And it wasn't a Doctor Who book, it was something else. And I mentioned that fact in the Seeds of Death commentary. It's not true. I don't think it's true. I've done a little bit. I just suddenly had because when you learn something and you think it's true, you don't bother to check. Years later, go, I wonder if that was a mistake. But I do sometimes. So I did, and they do look quite similar, but they've got a similar sort of domed forehead. But no, they're not. They weren't brothers. So I'm sorry about that. I would go and re-edit the past, but let somebody glory in my erroneousness. So my history with the Sea Devils is an interesting one. I loved the Chris Achilleos book cover, and it was one of those that sort of leered at me from I think the back of the making of the Doctor Who monster book that I had. But we did not have the Sea Devils book. But my brothers had talked of it, so maybe they did at some point and had lent it to somewhere. So I actually bought it from the Castle Bookshop in Ludlow, but was disappointed because it's the John Geary cover, which have very much their own style and are very good. But it's not the Chris Achilleos one, which I just think is glorious. And there's something slightly musty about the Geary one was sort of shinier. Just somehow shinier, I think, the material that the book was made of. But just the whole vibe. Whereas the Chris Achilleos one is sort of, I associate it with those dusty, I can feel it now, the dustiness of those books and the smell of them. Slightly older, slightly more sort of papery and cardboardy. And that's a very good scene because it's basically establishing, the master is locked up safe, don't worry about it, there's nothing going on here, he's definitely a prisoner. And that's a great way for Trenchard to convince, the Doctor and Joe that it's all as it should be. So I got the Sea Devils book, really excited, and then found it quite hard going. I found all the Malcolm Hulke books quite hard going. they were just not quite as accessible to me as the Terence Dicks ones. But bear in mind, I started reading these when I was too young to be reading them, really. I think we all did, didn't we? And I don't think I quite took everything in. It's how I learnt to read. But, you know, Dicks was my gateway drug into literature, and, when they were no longer satisfying me, that's when I I'm trying to think of a phrase, but do you jack up drugs? That's when I jacked up the Hulk. But I remember even then when I read this, I remember missing. I think I read the opening, which is great with Mitchell on the boat, but then the bit with the Doctor and Joe going towards the Master's prison wasn't really for me. I wanted to get into the action, so I skipped that bit. Although I do remember there's a bit where he explains Mayday and what Mayday means. It's Doctor Who fulfilling its educational remit, and I did French at school, so it's like, oh, Mayday, oh, that's good, I like that. Now I don't know if I picked that up the second time I read it and went, that's why I should read these opening bits. Well, I've got a feeling that's sort of when I gave up and I went, yeah, this is fine and everything, and I'm happy that I'm learning this stuff, but I want to get to the Sea Devils. So I did miss the first couple of chapters, and of course I went back and read it later. But much of what I think of this story is shaped by that book that I remember so well. You know, I remember the great disappointments with the bits that weren't in it. I think I've even illustrated a podcast about the Target books using the Sea Devils as an example. I think, is it Rob Shearman that does it in the Doctor Who magazine, had a series of sort of authors' takes on fan writer takes on each particular story. Everyone wrote a little essay concentrating on one aspect of it, and I'm sure it was Rob that did the bit about, Trenchard's safety catch, which we'll talk about in episode 4, where it doesn't happen. But lots of beautiful little bits. All the bits that kind of spoke to you from the book were not in the TV version. Now, of course, that's not the TV version's fault, because when this is being made, the book did not exist. And it's the same writer, and he's just, he's amusing himself, or he's adapting to the new medium, which is absolutely legitimate and brilliant. And it means we've got sort of two versions of this story. But it means that this version always came a bit short for me, especially when it came at that period where I was sort of devouring, bootleg Doctor Who's at quite a steady pace just to sort of get them watched, and I was borrowing them off friends. And as Steve suggested, Doctor Who and the Silurians is very highly regarded, and season 7 is a favourite of people like me. And as a result, I was always then a bit... I think the season 7 stories in execution were less disappointing because I think the production values are so strong because of the 7 episodes and all of that, and slightly more sort of gritty and adult in Doctor Who terms in intent than the Let's Hulk stuff. So which are slightly more kooky and 70s and sort of child friendly, I'd say. So I had a bit of a downer on the Pertwee era for quite a while. Just that none of the stories were quite as good as I'd hoped, and it was only when this was repeated in the 90s. And they did a gorgeous trailer, which I think is one of the loveliest bits of Doctor Who. It really made you want to watch. It had a bit with the Master and the Clangers, and it had the bit of Neil Seeler with his hands on his face, and it had the burnt boat. It's a really, really well put together trailer that really got my Doctor Who juices going. And I watched it in excellent quality for the first time. Restored and but certainly not from bootleg. And it came much more alive to me. It was much more exciting. And I think Michael Bryant's superb camera work, where he's got these wonderful close-ups of the actors' faces. And there's some brilliant close-ups here. He loves Delgado's face. Look at that. And that's where the trailer started. Could have another television colour, of course. And it just shows the sort of hold that the Master has over Trenchard, even though, as it turns out, he's not hypnotised him or anything. It's just it's a psychological hold. It's a manipulative hold, and those close-ups really help with that. And a pair of lovely actors doing nice work. This is Royston Tickner, who'd yelled his way through episode 7 of the Daleks' Master Plan. He's Steinberger P. Green, the P. Green. I've just got that joke. Oh God, Steinberger P. Green, the director of the film in the Daleks Master Plan episode 7, so we can hear him on the soundtrack yelling. But he was a friend of Michael Bryant. Great duffel coat, by the way. You don't see duffel coats like that enough anymore. And was indeed a man of the sea, so good casting for this. I wonder if Royston hadn't been available, if Richard Beale would have done it, because Richard Beale, who's Bat Masterson in the Gunfighters, and he's in the Green Death and the Ark, he does voice work in the Ark of the Macro Terror, who's also a man of the sea. I wonder if Richard would have got the part, because Michael used him a lot too. And I love this bit, and I remember this bit being in the book, isn't it, where basically they both bribe Robbins to use. I wonder if there'd been a TARDIS crew of 4. So Doctor takes. Does the Doctor take the boat? Yeah, Joe takes the motorcycle. If it had been the Doctor and Yaz and Graham and Ryan, the Doctor takes the boat, Yaz takes the motorcycle, Graham takes his roller skates, and Ryan goes on piggyback. But it's a nice little touch. I love this about because it always surprises me in the Pertwee era how many, now I think certainly later when you wrote a 4-part Doctor Who story, a 6-part Doctor Who story, your actors for the 6 episodes, you tried to have characters that would last pretty much through. It's a better use of resources. A lot of the Pertwee story have a sort of cast of thousands. There are loads of sort of characters who pop in just for 1 or 2 episodes, and it gives it a much bigger scope, but it also means you can have fun with the different people you're populating your story with. And Robbins, he's only on film as well, so probably only a day out of Royston Tickner's life. To pop in and have a nice little bit of interaction with the regulars. So we have Edwin Richfield doing what on earth, having to do official acting. Look at the sea, isn't it beautiful? The scope we're afforded as well by, we'll see, lots of Royal Navy help being given, but the sea setting is lovely as well, especially coming, although this was made before, but hot on the heels of The Curse of Peladon, which is, entirely studio-based. And here's June Murphy, who for years nobody knew where she was, because she's really called Laura. And she wasn't getting any residuals either from Doctor Who, but she was married to Brian Cullingford, who she met on the set of Fury from the Deep, in which they were both actors. So both of her Doctor Whos are to do with the sea. Michael Bryant was a AFM, or a production assistant, on Fury from the Deep, so maybe he associated June Murphy with the sea, which she has to walk into in Fury from the Deep. So she's Maggie Harris in Fury from the Deep, which was my favourite story when I was young. So we'll go into that when we do Fury. It was the first story I knew the whole cast list of, and of course, because it was missing, its reputation was untarnishable. And of course, it sounded good to say when people said, "What's your story?" and you said something that people didn't expect. But I genuinely, I listened to it over and over again. Anyway, so that's why the Sea Devils had a nice little connection for me to the story that was my favourite. Isn't this just one of the most glorious bits? Delgado is so pitch perfect, and that little charming whistle he does, and the fact that he enjoys it. I love the fact that the Master is slightly taken by these creatures. And then Trenchard's reaction is delightful. It's this whole interaction is not necessary to the story at all. And the look on Delgado's face when he comes to turn the telly off is just glorious. And there's a man who knows exactly where the camera is. I love that. It's one of my favourite things. If that's not the favourite thing of the episode, Steve and I perhaps aren't going to get on. It's just wonderful every turn. It's got a little bit of character to it. It's very funny. It's actually rather charming. Both characters are charming. The Master's charming. This, psychopathic evildoer, rather taken with a children's television program, and genuinely so. And Trenchard's, absolutely sort of guileless acceptance that the Master might think that they're really aliens, because you shouldn't think Trenchard watches much television. He's too busy reading books about the Empire. it's just glorious. This is a wonderful opening episode because you've had the twist that, well, first of all, you've seen something get lost at sea. It was supposed to be an oil rig, wasn't it? This, and they didn't get permission to shoot on an oil rig, so they used the sea fort, which are very, very, very handy, and they're great. They're great looking things. I think you can live here now. Not here. This is the studio, but I think you can live in the sea forts now if you have billions of pounds. These are two wonderful character actors. Hugh Futcher, his only episode of Doctor Who. He's been in everything. He's in the movie of Quatermass and the Pit. He's in the Carry On films. He was in The Crown recently. He was in a Specsavers advert. Proper sort of fussy little character actor, can turn his hand to everything. And he does one episode of Doctor Who, and it's this one. But he did audition to play the Seventh Doctor. So they obviously wanted sort of a funny little character actor. If he didn't audition, he was certainly seen. I think Nathan Turner went to see him in the theatre. I don't know if they actually got him in and spoke to him. I have interviewed Hugh. I'm sure I can't. It was a while ago. And for Patreon listeners, the very next release after episode 1 of The Sea Devils will be my interview with Hugh Futcher. So if you would like to be a patron, you get some extra goodies, and also they will have listened to this 6 months earlier than you currently are. So you'll know how the whole imminent World War III thing has gone. Well, let's hope you are listening to it. That's all I can say. Edwin Richfield is great. You need a sort of brigadier. Well, you don't need him, but he's a brigadier sort of figure. But butts against the Doctor slightly more in these these earlier sections, which is nice. Richfield is also a Quatermass alumnus. He's also in the film of Quatermass and the Pit, but is also in the film of Quatermass 2, playing a different part. He lived not far away. I remember when he died. It was in the Shropshire Star. I've still got the cutting somewhere. I used to cut those things out of the papers. He was only 66. That seemed quite old then, but now you think 66, that's no age. And I think he had a wine shop in somewhere sort of Shropshire-y, near the Welsh border somewhere. And also plays, you wouldn't know from looking at him, Mestor in The Twin Dilemma, where I believe from some people on the set of that he was not a happy bunny, because I think he probably gave quite a good villainous performance in rehearsal, so then turns up to the studio and he's covered in a terrible costume that he can't move in. And Hugh Futcher is joined on the oil rig in these wonderful, both wearing those sorts of jumpers you only wear on an oil rig in TV programmes. I love them. They're really evocative. By Declan Mulholland, who had a similar ignominy to Edwin Richfield, except he didn't have to wear a horrible monster costume. His monster scene was cut, and then when it was put back into Star Wars, he was replaced by a CGI Jabba the Hutt, because he was the humanoid Jabba the Hutt. I love that shot of Hugh Futcher going up the ladder, and the clanking, the sound design in this episode is superb. The sound, the echoing, clanging sounds that you get of the metallic infrastructure of the sea fort is fabulous, and you get. I can feel the cold in the air. I can hear the echoes. I think it's sort of above and beyond the Call of Duty sound work, and that's a fantastic shot from above the ladder. And the lighting is great as well. It's a wonderful synthesis of all the things that the BBC do well if everyone's putting their mind to it. And Hickman's dead with his eyes open, which is always because it was always you'd know someone was dead in a TV thing if their eyes were closed. It was always a bit scarier if their eyes were open somehow. And of course, we haven't properly seen the Sea Devils yet. In the book, we see them straight away there. We've seen the hand. We just saw the side of his face then. And I always assumed that the reveal of the Sea Devil was the cliffhanger, even after I'd seen it for the first time. And I remember being surprised in the repeat when you actually get a shot of the Sea Devil a bit before the cliffhanger, and you go, "Oh God, where have we got to go now?" And the cliffhanger sort of comes out of nowhere. It's interesting. Stop saying interesting, Toby. But yeah, this is a if Horatio. Oh yes, Horatio Nelson. Although I remember watching this at university, and a friend of mine who's now a very good actor who works quite a lot. was slightly mocking of Richfield's delivery here. The what does he say? More poor fellow's mad as a hatter. But I think that's perfect. You know, it's the sort of thing you wouldn't get to do now because people don't sort of talk to themselves so much. You know, in the coda to a scene, it's a sort of piece of televisual grammar that we don't do anymore, and you'd probably do with a look. I think it's charming, and I think it's quite fun, and I think Richfield does it well. Now here's Stuart Fell playing Joe Grant, wiggling. And yeah, looking downwards a little too often, but that's always the. There's an anecdote, isn't there, about Stuart wiggling in a feminine way to be Joe Grant. He abseils. I think they abseil, don't they, down a cliff later as well. But yeah, the darkness here and I think that now the music we will probably talk about a lot, but this is great, isn't it? Again, just the shot of the hand, and there's something about the fact that it's wet and you see that water dripping down. I think that's great. I think that's super. It's really creepy. Economical is a word I will use a lot, but it really is. There's so much that's happened in this episode, considering where we started with the destruction of that boat. We've been to see the master, and we've had quite a sort of, you know, a charming series of exchanges between the Doctor and we get the stuff about the capital punishment, which is very, very interesting. The Doctor advocating for the bastard's life, which you know, when you think about it, I mean, I'm against the death penalty myself, but I have to accept that the Doctor's squeamishness about it has led to the deaths of many, many other people. And now the boat's gone, and that was the end of the trailer, I think, when they come and look out of the window. And that's a clever design and directorial choice, that we can see the exterior of the window to give us a connection with what's going on outside. And there's the close-up of the Sea Devil. It's a fantastic design, and I think the string vest is a good augmentation. The legend goes that Michael Bryant, the director, saw the design and went, well, I'm not having naked monsters, so costume designer Maggie Fletcher had to hurriedly assemble something, and she thought, well, maybe they dressed themselves with, you know, nets found at the bottom of the sea or whatever. It's a reasonable decision to have made, and I think it works. I think it looks excellent. So we've had the close-up that you think was going to be the cliffhanger, and then you have this really interesting kind of cheat, and I mean, you can hear that it's Declan Mulholland breathing, but I think only that's because I've seen it a gazillion times. I think it's whatever it is, but even if as a kid you work it out, you go, no, it's the other guy. That's part of the fun, because there's nothing like being a kid and going, oh no, I know what that is. So I get it's an unusual cliffhanger, but I think the way that it's shot with the shadow and the light and all of that really, really works. Really works. Declan Mulholland and Hugh Futcher get a credit on the same slide, and they are both wonderful character actors. And Brian Justice, who played the guard that was being failed to be hypnotised, is also, he must have excelled in guarddom, because he's Captain Yates's guard in the famously grammatically mangled credit Yates Guard in The Green Death, also directed by Michael E. Bryant. So Mike Bryant like to use the same people. Sound and lighting, Mike Jeffries died a couple of years ago actually, and Tony Millier, who I've interviewed, both I think excel. And Tony Snowden, the designer, he also did Vengeance on Varos. He died relatively recently too. What a shame. I think that triumvirate done fantastic work. So that is the end of episode 1 of The Sea Devils, which I think is a terrific instalment of Doctor Who. They cover so much ground. It has moments of charm. It's got a wonderful, you know, sort of new location, the seaside, the naval base, all of that. You know, Michael Bryant makes great use of this particular setting, which makes a break from either the grounds of Unit HQ or, as we've just seen in the season, the entirely studio bound Curse of Peladon. So it's a great new setting for the viewer at the time. all that stuff with the Master and the Doctor and Joe is lovely. The stuff with the Master and Trenchard is great, and that's set up a really interesting dynamic that's taking the story of, what's happening with these missing boats and these, only slightly glimpsed sea beasts. And some lovely directorial touches, some fun bits of character work, and it's visually interesting with the the way it's shot, but also all the guards have moustaches. The castle cars are Citroens with the doors taken off. We'll get into that in another episode, I'm sure. So what does Steve Hatcher think I am going to choose? Of course I am. I'm going to choose the Master, watching the Clangers, Trenchard's reaction to that, and the Master's reaction to Trenchard's reaction. I think that is so charming, so witty, so beautifully acted. Doesn't really need to be there, and yet it would be a lesser episode without it. I love it to pieces. And I could have chosen all sorts of other things. I could have chosen that wonderful clanging, echoey sound design in the sea fort. I could have chosen just the glimpses of the monster. I could have chosen that opening scene, which I think is terrific. I love the fact that Captain Hart's coming on, pulling on his coat because he's been in bed, that suggests that it's nighttime. It just, again, makes it slightly real. All full of wonderful little touches. And it's exciting and it's interesting. And Malcolm Hulke is a very human writer. So I believe all of the people. But it's got to be the Clangers. Don't drop this one, Steve.
I'll start with episode 1. And for episode 1, what I've picked upon is the setting of No Man's Land Fort. What a superb location that is. It's a early 19th century, mid 19th century sea fort in the Solent off Portsmouth. And what a wonderful location for a Doctor Who story. I love that idea of the isolated artificial island. It's something that during normal times I see every summer, because we tend to go on the ferry from Portsmouth out towards France, and I always look out for the sea forts, in particular No Man's Land Fort. It's there just as you're leaving Portsmouth Harbour. And I always look out for sea devils, but I've never seen any yet. As we speak, I believe, the forties and the other forts in that little group are on sale. So if anybody is a multi-millionaire and fancies spending a bit of their money on a brilliant Doctor Who location, then No Man's Land Fort in the Solent, go for it. And that's my thing for episode 1.
Ah, well, it is, and it is a great location. It wasn't even one of the things that I mentioned, but geography and buildings are not my strong point, so they're not what I gravitate towards, which is a failing of mine. But I still, even though I love it, and it is an excellent location, and it looks fantastic on camera, and it allows for all sorts of dramatic potential, as we'll see, and again, this has this story. Considering much of the Unit era is quite similar looking, it gives it its own visual flavour, which I like. I was never going to not choose the Clangers. I wonder if Steve might choose that as his bonus thing. But I'm an unapologetic Clangers lover in this. Give me the Clangers over the locations anytime. Give me whistling over geography anytime. Give me blue string soup over bricks and mortar anytime, and map references. But I loved watching that for pleasure the other day. I loved watching that for scrutiny today. I hope you enjoyed being with me to get a glimpse of the Sea Devils. We'll see more of them in all their glory in the subsequent episodes. But thanks to Steve Hatcher, he organises brilliant events in Derby, and as I say, is a top fellow. So I'm very pleased to have him contributing to this, and I hope our differing perspectives bring you some enlightenment and or entertainment. Well, hello everybody. I hope you're in a happy time and place. I'm watching Doctor Who and the Sea Devils with Steve Hatcher of the Derby Hoovers, who organises conventions and is an all-round lovely fellow. He has a bit of a naval connection, His dad was a man of the sea. I have no such connection whatsoever. All I have are my childhood memories of first the book, then the bootleg, then the 1992, something like that, repeat, and now just the fact that it's, part of the whole great tapestry of classic Who, and the monsters themselves have recently been revisited in Legend of the Sea Devils. So they're very much in the air, which smells, of salt water and reptilian flesh. So look, Steve chose the Sea Fort for episode 1. I chose the Clangers. Let's see if we can be in accord. I just have to. I'm watching on BritBox where it did that slightly odd thing with episode 2, where it started doing it very slowly. So I'm going to start it from the beginning again. And we are going to press play or select or whatever you would like to do in 3, 2, 1. Here we go. I love this title sequence, and there was something lovely about when these were repeated, because of course when you got them on bootlegs, certainly the first couple of seconds was very, it was never very clean cut, and the colours always went a bit everywhere because the title sequence is very colourful. That was one of the least good quality parts of the story, but you didn't really care because the title sequence was the title sequence. But then actually when it's repeated, and you see that opening and those reds so vivid and not bleeding and in such good quality, you go, oh hang on, this is going to look fresh and newly minted, and it does. So yes, here's Declan Mulholland, Jabba the Hutt. I remember that I first saw the humanoid Jabba the Hutt. There was a program in the daytime about Star Wars. I can't remember, and it showed the clip, and it was probably before I'd even seen the film, actually, because I was quite late to the film. I saw Return of the Jedi first in the cinema and had to wait for the others to come on the telly. And I saw this clip of Harrison Ford with a larger bloke, and he was Jabba the Hutt, and it was only discovered later reading what happened, and that Declan was cast as a human Jabba the Hutt. And that scene wasn't used, and then it's used in the special edition, but Declan is CGI'd out. So he's a piece of Star Wars history without appearing in Star Wars. Didn't stop him appearing at conventions though. He died on a train, I believe, and I think he was got a man of the theatre. Hugh talks about him, I think, in the interview. I think, yeah, and he's of course Till in the Androids of Tara. He's the sort of hunchback servant in the Androids of Tara, which is very much a part up his street. And he's also in Quatermass, the Euston Films 1979, where he plays a sort of guard at a television studio. I know he cropped up I remember seeing him in the Britass Empire. He was still working and going strong when this was being repeated. He was still very much of the acting landscape, and he's a very recognisable face and a very welcome actor. And he's the person that coins the term Sea Devil, which even in Legend of the Sea Devils, even though in this episode they go great pains to go, all these names we use for them are wrong, and even the name they come up with, I believe, the Eocenes, is still scientifically wrong. But Sea Devils is a bit of a pejorative term, isn't it? And I quite like in Legend of the Sea Devils how its rejoinder is to call us land parasites, because I love the fact that Pertwee is such a gent. Because he greets the Silurian, doesn't he, in Doctor and the Silurians, by trying to shake his hand. And there is something charming about... I know sometimes Pertwee can be a little bit, establishment figure and all that sort of thing, but that goes hand in hand with, old school, old world etiquette that, yes, probably has its, its roots in a lot of bad things like, Empire, and the fact that the establishment have good manners to hide to cover up for some of the terrible things that go on underneath the surface. But I don't think that's unique to the British establishment. I nonetheless, whilst accepting, oh, look at that brilliant, the angle of the corridor shot, just to give us a little bit of disorientation. I love it. Not to ignore any of the hypocrisies or contradictions of how we view our past. I think Pertwee's sort of charm and etiquette and the way he addresses people in a proper way, and indeed tries to shake their hand, and there with the Sea Devil, he reacts with shock but maintains his composure to try and go, I want to help you, is not only a wonderful arresting juxtaposition, strange alienness confronted with English unflappability, but also it sums up the Doctor, that he won't be put off by something that is odd and that is different, and will maintain his composure and try to negotiate the peaceful solution. This is brilliantly shot, brilliantly lit. Well done, Mike Jeffries. And just this. Of course, we can't see the window. All of that sound, the smashing of the window is great. I love the Sea Devil's cry, which you also get when it's going across the minefield in episode 4, don't you? I love that sort of throaty alien cry, because we don't often hear aliens sort of scream, because it undermines their scariness, but it is quite sort of strange. I always liked it when I discovered that the 60s Daleks would sort of cry out in pain or whatever, which my Daleks had never done, and it seemed oh crikey, very very unsettling and odd, and I like it when Doctor Who is odd and weird, and this is all charming. I mean, I've barely mentioned the Doctor and Joe. I love the way they were with the Master in episode 1, where the Doctor is quite compassionate, but also I think he doesn't shake his hand, does he? And he rejects him, but with manners, and I love the way that Joe is with the Master, and the way that Joe is with the Doctor. They have such a good relationship. He does, yes. We know that he occasionally patronises her and shouts at her, but when they have these sort of moments of charm, and often the joke is on the Doctor. I mean, the joke is on the Doctor here, isn't it? When he tries to mend the radio, there's nothing I love more than the Doctor tinkering with wires and trying. I think that the Doctor is how we try and get through life. We at our best, we have a series of things we try and make the best of, and quite often end up blowing them up or ruining them, but at least we have a bash. I think a lot of how the Doctor behaves is a metaphor for how we guide ourselves through life, if you have a worldview that is one of slightly sort of rueful pessimism, as I do. But there's a sense of humour about it. There's no point in being pissed off. You may as well have a laugh. And it's because of a six-parter, you get the chance to sort of explain. And it's interesting because he says, the person that named them that, he doesn't go, Dr. Quinn, whom I met at the blah-de-blah-de-blah-de-blah, because it doesn't want to get too, bogged. It doesn't want to alienate people who go, I didn't, now if you did that, I think you would name check and say the who's and what's. He's much more vague about it because he knows it was a couple of years ago, and he doesn't need to go to the details. He doesn't need to recall the exact details of Doctor Who and the Silurians because people will only remember sort of it vaguely enough. That's Michael Bryant as the voice going Oscar Bravo Tango, I think.
Hello, Oscar Bravo Tango speaking. Who are you? Over.
Yeah. So, so he didn't actually blow it up for once. Oh, does he blow it up now? Yes, that's right. He blows it up now. I knew he blew it up at some point. There would be no point in having the Doctor do a thing without blowing it up. Yes, he presses the button now. I love that. There's nothing Pertwee judges that perfectly. It's a very good comic double take that without sending it up. I actually believed he was pissed off then. Glorious. I'm a sucker. I'm a sucker for a load of wire hanging out the back of a thing, and the Doctor hopefully sort of rigging it all up. Clive Morton is... Oh, look at the Master in his naval gear. He looks $1 million. He was such an effortlessly elegant man, wasn't he? What a handsome devil, but a darkly handsome devil. You know, there's a menace. Apparently, of course, yes, absolutely charming, wonderful. But my God, I bet he looked $1 million, whatever he dressed in. He just a man of effortless panache and... My brother's like my brother's only a couple of inches taller than me, if that. But you dress him in, shirts and a jacket he's got from Oxfam, and he deports himself well. He's got very good gait and comportment. You give me a £10,000 suit. I've never been anywhere near a £10,000 suit, but if you put me in one, I'd still look like I'd fallen out of a tumble dryer, and and within minutes I'd get something on it. It's one of my, there's some of that stuff that you can't, I don't think, unless you go to finishing school. But I think there are certain innate qualities that not even your genes can necessarily dictate, because I share a lot of my brother's DNA, and yet he has style, much like Delgado here, who I just think looks absolutely terrific. And I love this, that they salute him because they think he's the genuine article. Although, are naval officers allowed beards? Yes. Oh, yes, they're certain. I don't know. I can't remember. That's a time for a podcast where somebody's thought about what they're going to say. I just remember something about, isn't there something about Commander Millington in the Curse of Fenric, where he's not allowed, he wouldn't really have been allowed a moustache, but they let him have a moustache because they wanted that Hitler image in episode 1, which is fantastic, I think. But that's another story. But I'm sure I've seen naval officers with beards. So let's go on to things I do know about, rather than... I really don't like it when podcasts go around the houses with something they don't know the answer to, because, well, if you do know it, you're just going, it's this, you idiot, and if you don't know it, you're none the wiser. I was listening to a podcast the other day and I was yelling at it, going, no, that's not correct. And they back and forth for about 5 minutes. And I thought, cut that out. I unfortunately cannot cut anything out because you are watching along. Most of you don't watch along. Do you? But I still have to follow the structure of the episode. Do you know what this is? So if Clive Morton wasn't so good, this would be annoying. This could be played for laughs, where Trenchard is a sort of comic bore, but actually Clive Morton is so sweet, and to the extent that that we're used to the Doctor being a bit testy, and that's interesting even of itself. It's no surprise to us that our hero is a bit, but you're sort of on Trenchard's side there. But it's when Joe does it as well. It's actually really sad, and you can see sort of why Trenchard ended up where he did. Although actually, of course, he's being cunning. He's deliberately being a bore in order to buy the Master some time. But within the lie, within the subterfuge, there is an element of truth, which is sad in itself, because he sort of knows he can sort of get away with it, because deep down perhaps he knows that he's bore. Eric Mason, who's previously been in The Mind of Evil as one of the chief prison officers, and another of those sort of actors that I'd been kind of unaware of, and then I saw him pop up in the 270s Doctor Who's and went, oh, okay, this guy seems to have been around. And then I noticed him pop up in Michael Winner's True Crimes and various other things. Went, oh God, no, he's still around. He was also the guard in the very first English production of 12 Angry Men. So very much a sort of supporting cameo player, and yet turns up, has a decent role in the film Hot Fuzz. So just by sticking around and being part of the furniture, had a long old career, sometimes in coughs and spits, but sometimes that the role he has in Hot Fuzz is pretty decent, and it's a movie. And then I think his death wasn't even listed, but I read it in Doctor Who magazine, but it wasn't reported in a lot of the usual sources. But anyway, he had a good old career, but I'd kind of missed the boat with him until watching these stories for the second or third time. Went, oh yeah, okay, him, yeah. But he was always around. Good for him. And I like the fact that he doesn't get hypnotized by the master there. He I think it's good that it sometimes makes it difficult for the master. It shows that not just anybody can do it, and that even he has to sort of improvise within the situation. There's a lot of people not returning handshakes in this, but Clive Morton as Trenchard, I think, is absolutely lovely, and that's. But Joe is not uncompassionate there, and Pertwee's always slightly close to losing his temper. But which again, as I understand it, is not. He could be quite testy in real life, but I do think that gives his Doctor a bit of an edge, and it is of course softened by Joe. Well spotted, Joe, who this is being a very good story for at the moment. But of course, the initial reaction is that she gets dismissed and told to be quiet. And I like the fact that the Doctor accepts her at her word rather than goes, "Oh, you silly girl, it won't have been the master." Yeah, he completely accepts it. But that's why Captain Hart is quite useful, because you don't want the Doctor being sceptical of Joe, because that would take the sort of patronising thing a little bit too far, and it would be annoying. It would be an annoying delay to the story. But what it means is that the Doctor and Joe are on the same page, but they have to now convince Captain Hart, and that we're completely bought into that. So the music is not as it's not as prominent in some places, not as jarring as I thought it might be. I love all that with the sailors and chucking the guns and all of that. The music, of course, is the headline act in Doctor Who. The music, the 12-inch vinyl record that I had and listened to over and over again in an attempt to try and think it was a bit like watching the episodes. This was before you could get them on video or anything, and I'd read about the Sea Devil's Suite and about it being one of the first sort of long, full compositions for a story. And I have to say, when I put it on the record, I thought that there's something wrong with the record player. I thought it was at the wrong speed. I didn't know what it... And I went, oh, no, that's... it sounds like a cat coughing up a furball whilst, DJing. And it was nothing like the... the more musical Radiophonic Workshop stuff from the latest. That I love that in Conference. That's you come when I'm ready for you. But he's not a bullish, officious type. But that's inherent in the role and in who he is in a way. But as in what he represents rather than his personality. I love that. It's just a lovely little character touch of him, going about his golf and not wanting to see anybody or be interrupted. He's great. Clive Morton is the subject of a famous John Gielgud anecdote. Gielgud famously always put his foot in it, and Clive Morton was in a production with Gielgud and knocked on the dressing room door and said, "Johnny, can I have a word?" And Gielgud goes, "Oh, thank God it's you. I thought it was that terrible bore Clive Morton." But I believe Morton used to tell that anecdote against himself. Oh, bless him. He's not hugely old there. I think I don't think he's even 70 there, because I think he died only a couple of years later. Is this 70? This is made in 71. I think he died about 75. and he was only 72 when he died. I think something like that, around those figures. Look it up. But yeah, he's not as old as you'd think, and he wasn't massively long for this world in comparison. But it's a lovely performance. I think he's a very sweet character, and I, Malcolm Hulke is doing interesting things. It's more prominent in the book, but the character of Trenchard is very patriotic, and that's something that Hulke would have been quite cynical about. And Hulke, as a one-time member of the Communist Party, he was very interested in sort of satirizing the British establishment and all those things of empire, and and people like Trenchard, who would have been his natural sort of political enemies, if you like. But he does it with compassion. I think it's a good writer who. It's easy to satirize the Colonel Blimp, and to have made Trenchard an idiot and unlikable, and probably thrown in a bit of racism into the mix if you wanted to. I mean, that would be the shorthand these days, I think, which in itself is becoming a bit of a lazy shorthand. I think we need to. I think most of us, are on board with the idea that racism is bad. So. We need more interesting shorthands for villainy than nationalism, and patriotism. I think is very interesting because it's an understandable drive in many ways, and the fact that it is used against. That's a lovely callback to the Gulf. The fact that it's used against Trenchard. Says a lot about him, a lot about what the Master understands, a lot about what Trenchard represents. But it's ultimately rather compassionate, and ultimately, and although the book has a sting in the tail, and that in itself is something that will gives it an extra little bit of colour that we'll talk about in episode 4. I've already mentioned in episode 1, Trenchard's death when it happens. Has a bittersweet piece of comedy about it, but I think you get a lot of that from Clive Morton's performance, which I think is has a real sadness about it. But he's not sad himself, but he what he represents, and it's compassionately done by Hulke, who I think just judges the satire just right. And we're about to have a wonderfully long fight scene, which again, when you're watching this in not great quality, it's just a bit like, oh, come on, get on with the story. But actually, it's it's actually very nicely it's very nicely put together, and the Master is doubled for some of the shots by Derek Ware. Now, Derek told me it's because Roger Delgado had hurt himself in a car accident, but I don't know if he. So that's Derek with his back to us now. Derek Ware, excellent stuntman, the founder of Havoc, and just a lovely chap. One of the first Doctor Who people I met, actually. Derek. There was a fight prize named after him at RADA, but unfortunately he was scuppered by the fact that new rules introduced around this time meant that you couldn't be a stuntman and an agent, so the Havoc agency was suddenly not allowed to be giving work to other stunt people. And it just, and he never quite. He was always a bit bitter about that, Derek, unfortunately, which is a shame because he was a lovely, very helpful man and very good at his job. And one of the first Doctor Who people I interviewed, as it were. I left a questionnaire for him, but then I worked with him subsequently. He's been to my house for tea. Then of course I did the Havoc documentary with him. So but I'd met him first, but I'd seen him first because my brother had been doing some little piece in a theatre piece that so I saw him chopping off the heads of, I can't remember who the actors were now. One was Stephen Watson, who was a marshman who's no longer with us, young actor. But yes, so I don't know if Delgado had a car accident, or whether Derek was mixing that up with the fact that subsequently Roger Delgado sadly died in a car accident. But he certainly suggested that Delgado had injured his ribs, I think, or something. And I think this is a terrific. That's great. That's great. That's just $1 million. That I love that. And I remember my girlfriend at the time. So I was at sixth form college when this was repeated. I remember her watching the Sea Devils and thinking it was pretty good, and I remember her enjoying that cliffhanger, going, "Wow, that was really good." And of course, if a lady, particularly one in whom you're romantically smitten, also likes Doctor Who, I think perhaps then that once this repeat season was over, we then still had to watch Doctor Who once a week. Was one of that's. The things we do when we're younger. I think it's all right to separate business and pleasure, and I'll let you decide which was my girlfriend and which of those was Doctor Who. But anyway, good. Thanks, Rachel, for watching the Sea Devils with me and letting us continue our Doctor Who watch after that. And I'm glad you liked the Sea Devils. She's very happy now because she's not with me. We are Facebook friends, though, so that's nice. I shouldn't think she... I wonder if she does watch Doctor Who now. Who knows? Listen up. So, what do I like about... Well, I like a lot about that. The cliffhanger is excellent, but there's a lot of good cliffhangers. I think I'm putting it out there so I don't forget. Sometimes when I get to the bonus thing, I'm terrible, and I suddenly panic and everything goes out of my head, and I go, "Oh, I like those shoes." I think maybe the cliffhangers might be my bonus thing, because that first cliffhanger was great. That one's superb. The one for episode 4 is terrific. It does well for cliffhangers, this story. So I might choose because I could have chosen the cliffhanger for that. I love Pertwee eating his sandwich. I love all of that. I'm a sucker for that, because there's a bit in Day of the Daleks, isn't there, where he has a scrap whilst drinking a glass of whiskey. Cool AF, as the modern people say. I do like the Gulf in Conference. And Trenchard. I think Trenchard is absolutely lovely. The Master in naval uniform, I love. I think the Doctor and Joe. And the wires and the exploding radio. What is not to love about the Doctor's greeting to the Sea Devil, where he basically goes, "Oh my God, here's an alien monster point with a gun. I'm going to say, how can I help you?" I love that. And the fact that Pertwee does it, with sort of a look of, he's got shock on his face, but he's trying to maintain his composure. It's beautifully judged. I love this. Don't you love this? Don't you love this? It's not a story that's ever been in my top 10s or even a 10 out of 10 or anything like that. And it's from an era, as I say, which was always a little bit of a disappointment to me because of, the shadow of the Target books. I'm loving this. I think it's a brilliant production. I think it's got enough about it that I think sometimes that sort of let sticks Pertwee is a little bit samey feeling. But as I go back to it, no, each I think it's because I watched a lot of them at around the same time. Actually, you go back to each one. I did Curse of Peladon not long ago, and that has a unique flavour to it. And this again has so many sort of little visual touches, and certainly the music, there's sort of audio touches to it. The sound design, well done, Tony Millier, that mark it out, and obviously the sea setting as well. This is wonderful. I'm loving this. But what to choose? The Doctor and his wires. I like that. I'm going back to Trenchard and his golf. But just the character, because and I think they did do well with that scene where he's buying the Master Time, which could have been, slightly an annoying, awkward comedy where nobody's quite, where you go, well, no, but somebody would just say, "Oh, get lost. This is too transparent." And I think they actually judged that whole potentially quite difficult scene well. The Doctor and Joe's embarrassment is it's almost quite touching in places. You feel sorry for him, even though actually he is pulling the wool over their eyes. So don't quite patronise him. He may be an old bluffer, but he's actually being calculating. So it works on a number of levels, that. And I like the sword fight and the sandwich. So shall I say Trenchard? Because we might actually get Trenchard for episode 4, but if I choose something for, say, episode 2 that Steve chooses for episode 4, I still get the point for that. That's not cheating. I mean, it's still massively loaded against me. Unless he, chooses a particular moment of Trenchard's in episode 4, which is unique to episode 4, in which case I can't have it. But I will choose Trenchard, but I will also, I think that umbrella covers, the Gulf scene and the bluffing scene, which isn't a particular favourite, but I think it could have not worked, and they make it work. So hats off to that. But all of that, I think, touches upon the fact that Trenchard and Clive Morton are a very strong element of the story, although I wonder if he's going to choose the Master in Naval Uniform, because God, Delgado looks so good. Right, what's Steve going to choose?
My thing for episode 2 is Trenchard. Colonel Trenchard, played by Clive Morton.
Yes!
And this particular performance always, for me, brings back memories of one of my very favourite films, Kind Hearts and Coronets, which also features Clive Morton playing a prison governor. Of all things, it's there he is tending to Dennis Price in his last moments before he is due to be executed, and then letting him go on as the pardon comes down. So Clive Morton. Trenchard is an ex-colonial type who feels very hard done by, and deep down he knows he's been betrayed by the empire he's dedicated himself to. Now this feeling of deep dissatisfaction with how his life's turned out allows him to excuse anything in his own behaviour if he can rationalise that he's acting for his country, and that makes him easy meat for the Master, as the Doctor points out to Captain Hart. His weak point is his patriotism, so he's very easy. People who tend to have that unthinking patriotism tend to be very easy prey for people to whisper in their ears and turn those feelings into something nasty, and that's precisely what happens with Trenchard. The Master manipulates him, and then when he doesn't need him anymore, he casts him aside. And at the end, does Trenchard realise what's been happening? Possibly, possibly not. But by the time he realises that he's been lied to, in a sense, well, he has been lied to, in episode 4, there isn't time for him to be redeemed, merely to die bravely but futilely, which is a bit of a metaphor for the end of the British Empire from the staunchly anti-imperialist Malcolm Hulke. I love Malcolm Hulke's stories. He's, as I think almost everybody knows, he was a card-carrying member of the Communist Party of Great Britain, as indeed was I, and well, I continue to be. So Malcolm Hulke, someone I've got a lot of time for as a writer, and I like his politics as well. So that's my thing from episode 2, Trenchard.
That's very interesting, and that's, of course, I knew Steve was a gentleman of the left, and that's a very this is why it's great when people choose a story and they bring that very much their own. So Steve, we've got the naval thing, we've also got his connection with Malcolm Hulke's politics. I find that interesting. I too am of the left. I don't think I'm as far left as Steve. But whereas when I was younger, the jabs at Trenchard were very much my meat and drink, because I like, well, patriotism, what is it? The last refuge of the scoundrel. It's foolish, and it is. And what Steve very rightly put, I say it is. I'm going to add nuance to that. What Steve talks about there is how that harking back to the ephemeral nature of what empire is and all of that thing, and those glory days, and lost greatness or whatever is what opens Trenchard up for manipulation. And of course people's patriotism has been used by people with nefarious intent to whip up all sorts, nationalism, frenzy, and unpleasantness, genocide to the greatest extreme, and so obviously satirizing that or showing the folly of that is something that really really excited me when I was younger. As I get older, I'm slightly more compassionate towards Trenchard. I do feel pangs of patriotism. I do understand why we like what is familiar. I understand why we are tribal. That doesn't necessarily mean we should allow ourselves to listen to those pulls that pull us towards what is familiar. I'm actually writing a podcast now about why we resist change, and it's because we like what we know. That makes us feel comfortable, and that's why patriotism is such a prevalent thing, because we like what we are surrounded by. As I'm not particularly from a place, although I was brought up in the same place. It always amuses me when Liverpudlians say Liverpool is the best place in the world, Mancunians say Manchester's the best place in the world. You go, is it that, or is it just that's because what you're familiar with, and it's just a massive coincidence that it also happens to be the best in the world? It might just be that it's because it's what you're used to. And so that always amuses me when people are very, love their hometown the best, despite sometimes it's the most beautiful city in the world, despite much evidence to the contrary. But I'm amused by that, and that interests me. So anything that sort of cocks a snook at patriotism and exposes it for, that it can sometimes be misplaced or hypocritical or flawed or whatever. I'm not as dismissive in the sense that I'm compassionate to where it comes from. I understand, and I actually think there is something to be said. And a bit like this with religion as well, something to be said for subsuming yourself in today's society. What's very interesting is where a lot of young people particularly are encouraged to sort of go, well, I'm special, again, despite massive evidence to the contrary. And you find a lot of sort of foot stamping and look at me and listen to me, rather than, a sense of community, a sense of duty, a sense of whole, which comes from, an adherence to a flag or an idea of a nation or whatever. So whilst I'm aware of how, the folly of patriotism, I also think it behoves us to understand where that comes from, and actually the sort of more positive elements of it sometimes in terms of community, in terms of, as I say, subsuming your own individual needs to that of a greater whole, which is what creates community. So yes, whereas patriotism in its worst can be a bit too inward looking and rejecting of the outside, it can also be protective and nurturing if used correctly. So like a lot of ideas and like a lot of things, there are good in bad, and we shouldn't reject something out of hand because it can be used to manipulate people like Trenchard, or to or to distract us from reality, or to bring out our worst qualities. Like anything, it can also bring out our best and exists for a reason. So I think what the Sea Devils does well is that, whereas as I say, when I was younger, I was like, yeah, that's brilliant because it's having a go at patriotism, which is just like stupid, man. I now go, well, it's great that it sort of satirizes that, the arcane, obsolete empire attitudes of Trenchard. It also sort of has sympathy for them, and I think that's a maturer way of dealing with it. I always use the example of when I said to Russell T Davis, about midnight, and I went, oh yeah, Doctor Who and the Planet of the Daily Mail people, thinking he'd go, yeah, I hate those people, aren't they awful? And instead he went, well, no, I made the Doctor seem like what he seems to those people, the arrogant, he didn't say this, but what you would say now, the metropolitan elite telling people, ordinary people what to think and how to behave, and coming along as sort of patronizing. He says, I'm clever, doesn't he? Because I am clever. And you can see people who work every day of their lives who've got their own thoughts, with having somebody else coming down and saying, yeah, but you think that you're wrong, and I know because I'm essentially better than you. You can see why people go, well, hang on. And so Russell was not satirizing or criticizing those people in Midnight, even though they are kind of, Daily Mail readery in some of their attitudes and behaviour. He's kinder than that. He's more understanding than that, and that makes it more nuanced. And that means that yes, you're making a point about a particular sort of ignorance, but he's also, the joke is also on the Doctor, whose own behaviour and deportment and attitude, is also flawed and at fault, and which is why he doesn't successfully communicate what he needs to communicate, when in this situation he just happens to be right. So it's always more interesting, I think, when a writer resists the temptation to just fling the bricks in one direction, and I think that's what Malcolm Hulke does there. Although, if it's the Doctor Who after party and you want to throw any bricks in one direction, please do. Right. That was, yes, so that's very... And I got the point. So a third of the way through the Sea Devils, it's even Stevens between myself and Steve Hatcher. We both chose Trenchard, as played by Clive Morton. Yes, Client Hearts and Coronets. He's also in Olivier's Richard III with Patrick Troughton. So... that's Martha Marvellous. I'm very much enjoying the Sea Devils. See how the Doctor escapes from that flung knife and that brilliant camera move, with me making a mental note to say maybe my bonus thing will be the cliffhangers, unless something else strikes my fancy, or I just forget I've done this and choose something terrible. But for now, thank you very much for listening. Thanks to Steve Hatcher, very interesting fellow. Hope you've been enjoying watching the Sea Devils along with me, and that you come to do it for episode 3. So, whether you have it on BritBox or on shiny DVD, or even Blu-ray if you're listening in the future, it's not out on Blu-ray as I record this, please press play or select or whatever you would like to press in 3, 2, 1. There we go. Oh, that's quite loud, isn't it? Alexa, volume 4. That's still quite loud. Anyway, we'll get used to it, I'm sure. Or I can always shout at Alexa again. Alexa, volume 4. I'm sure that's too loud for volume 4. I think when I'm king, I'm going to make all the different channels just have the same kind of volume controls, and especially not that thing where it goes up when adverts are on. I mean, that is an act of sort of cultural ear control that I think is egregious in the extreme. And Netflix does it on the trailers as well, where you've just finished watching a thing and then you just go, okay, I'll just stop now and have a quiet life. And then suddenly this thing blares at twice. I mean, it's designed to irritate you. I mean, why would a company whose service you pay for do something that is inconvenient to you just to hawk more of their wares? But it doesn't make me want to do it. Anyway, let's not get into that. Alexa, volume 3, while we're at it. So this is quite a long cut back to the sword fight, which has these slightly speeded up moments. So it's slightly comical. I wonder if I would forgive the new series if it did something, sort of with its tongue so firmly in its cheek. But Pertwee has such elegance, and Delgado such charm, that it's not like anyone's dicking about. So I have double standards. I will forgive this for some of its deliberate sillinesses. You saw Derek Ware's face there, but actually I wouldn't count that as a gaffe, because he goes over quickly enough, and he's got the beard and things going on. I think you have to be looking quite carefully to spot Derek Ware. So of course I've spotted where he is because I've looked very carefully, but I actually think it's very well done. That's a great cliffhanger. Quite a simple resolution. Trenchard comes in, the Doctor looks around, maybe it knocks the Master's aim, whatever, but doesn't matter. It's a really lovely Michael Bryant's camera work in this is superb. I do like I am tickled by the whole moustache thing that the guards have. Now, one of the guards is Brian Gilmar, who's one of the sappers in Quatermass and the Pit. who credited part in Quatermass in the Pit and a reasonable role, but ended up doing sort of uncredited walk-ons, extra work, and died in the early 2000s. And I had the Equity brochure that had his brochure, the death brochure. No, Equity do a quarterly magazine which always lists when people have died, and it was certainly early 2000s, but I didn't keep those things in those days. Odd, because I've kept some right tat over the years, so I've never quite got an exact date for him. But then again, Equity sometimes lists somebody. They go, news has reached us that so-and-so has died. And you go, yeah, that person died 25 years ago, but news has only just reached Equity. So they listed George Cormack, who plays Campo, relatively recently, in the past couple of years. I think he died about 20 years ago. So, you still sort of explain to Charlie Chaplin. And anyway. So, yes, a glazed expression and a moustache is the order for the day if you want to be one of the guards in Trenchard's prison. So here we get to see what his, that he's up to no good, having just been this sort of buffer. We knew that he was clued, he was in cahoots with the master, but now the Doctor is onto it as well. But because he knows. There's a suggestion, isn't there, that the Master's exerting a little bit of mental control. And I suppose it's left up to us, how much do we think, this is wishful thinking on Trenchard's part because he's been kind of pensioned off to governor duties, having, whereas, in his head he's a man of the Empire, and his empire is a castle with one prisoner in it. And I suppose we're left to work out for ourselves, how much he's being duped by anything other than, the Master's guile, rather than anything sort of metaphysical. So, yeah, the music. I wonder if Steve will choose the music. I don't actually remember this particular sequence from the suite. It's called a suite. That's an excellent shot of the Master's eyes through the looking glass. There, you get quite a few. You get the directors trying to do a lot of quite interesting things in the 70s. I used to think of the Pertwee era as all being very similar, but actually the different directors bring very good different visual styles. Now this is of course the episode that where we jump aboard the submarine, so there's lots to tell you there, because just like Steve Hatcher brings his naval knowledge to this, one of the patrons of these podcasts and a gentleman with whom I correspond every now and again, Russell McPhillips, has written for Doc 2 magazine a few times, and he's a gentleman of military knowledge, and he did loads of research into the submarine and the fallout of what happened with the submarine, which, for those who don't know, there was always this sort of story that the BBC got into a bit of trouble because of the propeller used on the model submarine. I'd thought they'd bought a submarine from the shop and then just augmented it with a couple of propellers, but Ross's digging seems to suggest it was a sort of mixture of a built model and stuff that they'd bought. Anyway, this is Donald Sumpter, looking very handsome with his beard and a full head of hair. He has previously been Enrico Casali in The Wheel in Space, and was for a while one of those actors who went on to have a stellar career. He was in Titus Andronicus at the Royal Shakespeare Company with Brian Cox in that production that was sort of made Brian Cox. Brian Cox was a well-respected actor prior to there, but it was a huge, I think Deborah Warner directed it, huge breakout production. And then Sumpter, who'd done some movies as well in the 70s. He played the Black Panther, I think, and bits and bobs of telly. But he was a character actor who gradually sort of ascended up the ranks and is now, I think, one of our sort of bona fide sort of leading character actors, if you like. But now, you know, he's stayed sort of. He has very sort of cadaverous features, but he's now lost his hair, so he has a sort of bald dome, and he got very nice billing in Game of Thrones, which is full of illustrious actors. But those credited at the end were all sort of in a big list of sort of 5 or 6. But he got a single credit, which you know, shows some good negotiating on the behalf of his agent, and that he has a certain stature himself. Now, a lot of very illustrious actors didn't get that at the end of Game of Thrones, and of course he returned to play Rassilon opposite Peter Capaldi, and really nice to see him back. Oh, and he was in the Sarah Jane Adventures as well. So I love Donald Sumpter. I think he's a terrific actor. He's a regular with you know, he's got a regular position in a football crowd. I think you have a seat, don't you, if you're a season ticket holder in a football crowd. I won't give away the team, but a friend of mine sits a few doors down, as it were, and Donald Sumpter is interviewed on the DVD documentary for the Sea Devils, and seems really chuffed to have been in Doctor Who, which I love, that an actor of his stature is chuffed to have been in Doctor Who. And anyway, my friend asked him if he'd do my podcast, and he very politely just said, I don't really do interviews and stuff like that anymore, which is a shame, because he'd definitely be very high on my list of people that I would very, very much like to interview. I almost got the opportunity to act with him. He played a semi-regular, well, a recurring part in Holby City as the father of one of the regular characters, and one of her exit storylines sort of coincided. Her near exit storyline coincided with when I was in a Christmas episode of Holby City, and I got very excited because I looked to see that character who was in the script I was going to be in had previously been in it, played by Donald Sumpter. So I was really excited. But he obviously wasn't available, and there was an actor who'd never been in Doctor Who I was nonetheless excited to work with, because he's a fine actor, Ken Bones, who of course has since been in Doctor Who in quite an important part, playing the General in a couple of episodes, including some very important ones. So I preempted. And I'd seen Ken Bones on stage. He's a fine actor. Talking of fine actors, here's David Griffin, who replaced pretty much Simon Cadell in Hi-de-Hi, and is a bit of a sitcom star in the UK. Another one who is not for interviews. So this is a submarine of people who are not especially interested in being interviewed for Doctor Who. He lives in Portugal now, I think, David Griffin. But I remember being quite surprised that he was in the Sea Devils, because I knew him as an actor, and I thought, I not thought of him as somebody who'd been in Doctor Who. It was only when I was casually perusing a cast list that it was one of those ones where suddenly everything came together, and I went, oh no, he has, oh good. And this is Stanley McGee, who is also a mustachioed guard in Colony in Space. So he obviously gives good guard, and he lives in Australia now. I don't know if anyone's ever tried to interview him. Come on, Australia, get him to a convention. So it's quite actor heavy. So I'll get onto the submarine. So what happened with? Well, we'll see the submarine in a bit, because there's footage from. I remember when I first talked to sort of older Doctor Who fans about this story. There was a few that were like, well, it's just like an advertisement for the Royal Navy, and it's not really. They use lots of good shots of boats and things, and some stock footage, but a lot of it specially shot using equipment. That's great. It gives it a whole flavour all of its own, and puts money on the screen, which Doctor Who can so rarely get to do. It's typical Doctor Who fan, that though, isn't it? They go, we know that the Navy helped make this, because they get a caption slide, and so we're hardwired to almost go, so that is the thing we will criticise it for. Whereas actually it really augments it nicely. That's a great shot. Goes to show how big this building is. In fact, a friend of mine went to this building very, very recently, or is going. I can't remember. I've got so many friends who tell me that they're going to have on some sort of Doctor Who location visit. But I remember thinking it was apt because I was in the middle of watching this story. I quite like that the music sort of tied in with Joe appearing at the window there. I love the way Katie Manning does that. You give some chat, and I'll come and overpower the guard. I like her little mime for chat there. That's very funny. Blink blonk, blink blonk. Wow, wow, wow. How do we feel about? Do send in correspondence how we feel about the music. I think it works much better in the story than it did as a record, and I'm slightly embarrassed by the amount of hours I spent playing this on the turntable in an attempt to try and think I was entertaining myself, because I wasn't. I thought it sounded horrible. And I mean, I've been walking in the park recently, listening to Murray Gold's music and thoroughly enjoying it because it's good music, but it also is quite exciting. And there's some, like all the strange creatures, and some of them, bum, 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 that is quite. I walk around feeling quite heroic when I listen to that, and I don't care who admits it. I think music can be a very evocative. Sometimes I listen to the Hamilton soundtrack and I sing along to that in my head. Sometimes I even listen to Eminem occasionally and think these chicks don't know the name of my band, and it makes me feel quite powerful. And sometimes I listen to 80s things, bands that we sort of thought were a bit naff at the time that I'm now really nostalgically drawn to. But I don't really feel the need to whack on Doctor Who the music, which I have on vinyl upstairs, but I think I can probably get the Sea Devil Suite. Is it on the 50th anniversary thing? I've got that as well. But I don't feel the need to get jiggy, and there is some with the Sea Devils Funkorama, and there is some, I think, Doctor Who incidental music that I think is listenable, toable for pleasure. Although I'm slightly embarrassed I'm admitting that out loud. Why? It's music. Yes, it's designed for a television program. I don't care if I listen to it and enjoy listening to it. I don't have to explain myself to anybody. But But of course, for Malcolm Clarke's defence, he was not composing it to be listened to all in one go whilst you're walking around the park or in your teenage bedroom trying to think of other things to do when there's no such thing as home video and repeats and all of that sort of thing. It's supposed to be a dramatic counterpoint or accompaniment to the outlandish machinations of the master and the sort of avant-garde adventures of Doctor Who and the Sea Devils. I think it gives, just like the location filming and particularly the naval stuff gives this its own flavour. I love the fact that Doctor Who in these days could go off piste a little bit. In that I've said this before, that Doctor Who doesn't necessarily travel through time and space. He travels from genre to genre. Now, I do think of the Pertwee era sometimes as quite samey, and yet there's a different visual and audio flavour to Day of the Daleks as there is to Curse of Peladon, as there is to this. This Curse of Peladon's all in the studio. This has a bit of location. And the boats. Curse of Peladon has all those different monsters. This has, underwatery stuff. Curse of Peladon has Dudley Simpson music. This has Malcolm Clarke. Day of the Daleks has some really interesting and experimental visuals from Paul Bernard, cutting from, in the vision mixing and the depth of field in and the way that the sets are constructed to go right back to the back of the studio. This is Christopher Wray, who is, I think, the only person who's ever been in Doctor Who to have a shop named after them. That could be wrong. But I used to walk past Christopher Wray lighting on Deansgate in Manchester, and he had one in London as well. So there's the submarines. There's a lot to talk about here. Hang on though, because I love that. That's a bit reminiscent of the beginning of the novel. And I'm a sucker for somebody down a radio line calling in something scary and then you hearing them perish at the other end. I think that's terribly dramatic and I like it very much. It's a trope, but there's all sorts of, it means you can't help the person, you're helpless as you hear them struggling, you can't see them, so you imagine the terrible things that are happening. Because you can hear their voice, you sort of get their personality a little bit, it works into, and the camera is on the person that cannot do anything, which emphasizes the helplessness. I love all of that, and it did a nice little blur as well to get us out of that situation. So I always like somebody stricken down the line. But yeah, Christopher Ray on the headphones. He's back next week. He's also Constable Groom in The Demons. There's a few actors like Christopher who don't always return for the same director. But who who come on in a few small parts in the Pertwee era. It's like, so you can understand it if they come back for the same director, but there's like a little sort of bevy of little character players who come back for 2 or 3 times for different directors. And Christopher Ray, I spoke to him on the phone. He was one of the ones that got away. He'd never been in any of the sort of Old-Born reunions or anything like that, so I'd assumed he wasn't really that bothered. But maybe it's because so many were that people sort of thought, oh well, we don't need to bother with the guy who played the small part of the policeman because he's only in a couple of scenes on film. So I wrote to him, got a lovely letter back saying how he loved his time as an actor, and I thought he'd be Johnny Big Bollocks because he'd got shops. Around this time he was sort of buying up sort of bits of bric-a-brac and then selling them, I think, on a stall. Doing up sort of antique lamps and things like that and then selling them at a profit. And eventually he had his own shop in London and then his own shop in Manchester as well, Christopher Ray Illuminations or whatever, and was a very successful proprietor of a very successful boutique sort of lighting place, Christopher Ray shop. And I phoned him and he said, oh yeah, I'm just about to do a deal at the moment, and he was having his supper. So I said, I'll phone you in a month. But because the first phone call hadn't gone, and he was fine, he was lovely, he wasn't annoyed I'd called or anything like that, but it takes me so much, it makes me feel physically sick phoning people up. So the fact that I would then have to do it again, having called at the wrong time the first time, I never did. And then, a year or so later, he died. He was on my list of people to follow up. See, that's what helps when I was drunk, you see, because I'd have a couple of drinks and then I'd pluck up the courage. I find phoning people really intimidating. So I'm in the wrong line of work. It's not, it's my hobby. So yes, here we are. I love it. Oh, and the best bit ever, I love Donald Sumpter's wobbly eye acting. He shows that he's got this slight sort of twitch when he gets nervous. And so when we get this close up, he just does a little thing with his eye where he shows that it's just a nice little touch. It's not too much, that shows that he's, when he's under pressure or when he's thinking about something, his eye just does a little sort of squinty thing. And I think it's just one of those tiny little moments that really helps that shot, that really helps sell the drama of that, which is already cool because it's somebody dying down the end of a radio, and you've heard what I like about that. Hello, Terry Walsh with a blonde moustache. But I just think that little character touch from the actor, a top-notch actor, a brilliant actor, as has been proved, who, rather encouragingly for all of us, didn't start at the top. He was playing decent parts, but very much doing sort of, decent, good character work, but being jolly good in a, you wouldn't have, if you said who's going to be one of our leading actors in 2022, would you have said, if you'd looked at the sort of status of the parts, would you have said Enrico Casali from The Wheel in Space and Commander Ridgway from The Sea Devils, neither of which are leading parts in the Doctor Who stories that they're in? But, persevering, chipping away, doing good work, and, he is now a hugely regarded actor, and has been for many years, and has done movies, and again, single caption credit, featured part, always working. That's the life. Well done, Donald Sumpter. I really like Donald Sumpter. I wish he'd let me interview him, but I will not hold the fact that he doesn't want to be interviewed against him, because he is a fine actor. I love this shot of Trenchard and the Master, because is there a photograph of that? It's just a very recognisable Doctor Who image, and in fact, there's quite a lot from this sequence that's recognisable. And this is great, and Joe and the Doctor by the cliffs, and we're going to get the Sea Devil rising from the sea, aren't we? And just the handy minefield. But of course, because they had the clip of that on, I think, the Resistance is Useless documentary. They had the clip from next week. So this is quite a famous Doctor Who sequence. But of course, it's just the one Sea Devil. I think that's a great shot, though. And isn't that a brilliant design? I love that design of the Sea Devil, and it's just such a great image of it rising from the sea. Nice close-up, nice on film. That's a very simple sequence. It's just the Doctor looking, isn't it? Just Doctor looking, the guards pointing, Master and Trenchard on the cliff, one actor in a Sea Devil costume rising from the sea. But it all makes for, once again, a fantastic cliffhanger. A reminder to self, cliffhangers might be my bonus thing. Commander Ridgway, Donald Sumter. Christopher Ray, bless him. So yeah, he had a shop. I do have his questionnaire somewhere, though. I've never published it anywhere. Of him recording his time with Doctor Who. And the one thing I remember from it is saying, I loved my time as an actor. And he said, yeah, if you want any more, call me on this number. So there's a lesson is, if you think, that person's never cropped up in documentaries or done interviews or done conventions, they're probably not interested. It might just be that they haven't been asked. I assumed because he was, the guy with the shops, he also might not be interested, but he was perfectly interested. But I chickened out. So I've got a lovely letter from him, but I never got to interview him in person. And I think he'd have had a really interesting story to tell. So that's another one that got away. So that was episode 3 of The Sea Devils, and I know what my favourite thing is going to be. It's going to be Donald Sumpter's twitchy eye, because I love it. It's just a tiny acting detail. So it's not a performance. It's, his performance is great. But it's that tiny detail and the way that it's used in that scene where he hears the person dying at the other end, which is, as I say, reminiscent of the opening chapter of The Sea Devils, which is so arresting when the SS Pevensey Castle goes down and we see the Sea Devils in action, sinking ships, which we don't actually see in the story at all. That all has to be left to our imagination. And there's something so grim about that, because if you're in a boat and there's a hole in the bottom of it, and you're at sea, you're in trouble, especially as if you're trying to escape in the lifeboats, that then they get burnt holes in bottom. I remember finding that, and I think because I'd read stuff about Titanic and things like that, there is something pretty sickening about being, surrounded, water. If you haven't got anything to, be in when you're on it, water is death and cold and inky blackness and the unknown, and it's scary. And my goodness, I find submarines really scary. I mean, this one, the lighting is quite bright. You don't get that feel. There was a series recently with Saran Jones said, murder mystery set on a submarine. I thought that was an excellent setting because you can't get off and you're underwater. And if you want to get out of the building you're in, as it were, you're underwater and in trouble. And I think a submarine is a great atmospheric and claustrophobic setting. You're confined in this space. And I've been in my dad lived in Germany, and I went to visit him only a couple of times, but he took us around they had a U-boat that you could go around, and it was so tiny and cramped, and you banged your elbows on everything. And just imagine being in there and underwater and confined and of course, if then anything happened, you got hit or attacked or whatever, you're just done for. Oh God, I find that. Now that's not particularly apparent in the depiction of the submarine here. So I think Cold Blood tries to do that with its setting, but I think there's still a place probably for a really spooky, horrible, almost too unbearable submarine setting to Doctor Who story. But what that does effectively is it has the something going on at the other end of the vessel, and you can just hear it. and that's taking advantage of Doctor Who's limitations and still doing it, effectively, but in a different way from how you'd ideally do it, which is to show loads of sea devils storming about the place, killing people in exciting ways. Can't do that, so it did that instead. And as a result, Donald Sumpter went, well, if I do this wobbly thing with my eye, that might show that I'm having to keep it together, but I am a bit unnerved. Lovely little, because he does it in one of the earlier scenes when we first see he's just got a slight little twitch. Donald Sumpter's wobbly eye. Now that's the name. I want there to be a horse. For any racehorse owners out there, I want you to christen your racehorse Donald Sumpter's wobbly eye. So now I have to find what the lovely Steve Hatcher has chosen as his favourite thing of episode 3 of The Sea Devils. So let's find out.
Episode 3, I've picked on the Doctor and the Master's sword fight. There's a definite dash of Errol Flynn and Basil Rathbone here. Now, Delgado, of course, has done this sort of thing many, many times before. He had the fortune to have that look. He was half Spanish, and he had that look that made him look swarthy and sinister, as might have been said in another age. He played the Spanish ambassador in the Adventures of Sir Francis Drake, the ITC Adventure series, and many a sword fight in that. And here we go. He resurrects those skills here. Pertwee, with lots of ha, hi, and all the rest of it, holds his own with him, and does a good job. In fact, the Doctor seems to have the Master beaten at one point, but then inexplicably, for whatever reason, returns his sword to him. It's as if he's enjoying the sport so much he forgets that this fight actually really does matter. So the Master and the Doctor's sword fight from episode 3.
Well, I mean, I think I could have you on a technicality there, Steve, and say it's from episode 2 and it's the reprise of episode 3. But there's nothing in the rules to say you can't have that. So, and it is a great sword fight. It is, but I think there's something about that gesture, isn't it? I've won, but I will give him the sword back. I wonder how many people died from that sort of following that sort of etiquette of going, well, I have disarmed him, but I would, this needs to be a fair fight, so I'll give you your sword back. Well, it's not how you win fights terribly, but yes, but I need to be seen to do it the proper way, and that's always that. The tug of war between doing the correct thing and not being daft, but I in the safety of a Doctor Who adventure, the fact that we know that Doctor Who's not going to die means that seeing him do the honourable thing shows what a jolly good chap he is, and none of those things really are terribly logical. The eating of the sandwich, the giving the sword back, the sort of light-hearted banter, because sword fights are hard and dangerous and cut you and kill you and all sorts of things, but it just works because it's a charming program with two charming protagonists. It's a zesty fun adventure. Young people of today, take note. It's a zesty fun adventure where we sort of laugh at danger in a way, because that's what good humour does as well. It takes the terrible things in the world and undercuts them with humour and with zest, which of course but it has to be contained within realism, and that works in this because nobody's sending it up, because the actors are effortless and charming, and because everybody is doing their best in the other areas, like the military stuff and the monster design and all that sort of stuff, which then contains those moments of charm and makes them work. I think it's just so wonderfully judged. But it may just be that's because I'm predisposed to like it because it's a classic from days of yore before I was born, and everything before I was born was better, so I was predisposed to it. But was I don't know, because I went through a phase of being a bit underwhelmed, as I've discussed a lot in this podcast, from what the Target books led me to expect of a story and what they were actually like. But I am loving the Sea Devils. I think I struggled for about the first 5 minutes of today's podcast because I think just to get back into rhythm. But I think I did. I think I finally got there, and we talked about some interesting things. So did the story maybe tread water a little bit at the beginning? Well, it was a long reprise, wasn't it? But actually, that was Steve's favourite bit. So what do I know? Anyway, that was the end of episode 3 of The Sea Devils. Thanks to Ross and McPhillips. I'll talk more about the submarine in the next episode. But I would direct you to his articles in Doctor Who magazine. He's somebody with a specialism, and he started writing about, the Doctor Who production team's real life correspondence or reactions from or liaisings with the military or the Navy, the armed forces. And it's yielded some really interesting results. And the article that he did about the submarine, it's got a quote from Rupert Allison, who's the I think he's an ex-MP now and spy writer. And I always love it when somebody who's sort of excelled in a field somewhere else is quoted in Doctor Who magazine, giving an opinion on some little arcane detail of Doctor Who, because that's where their expertise comes in. I love all of that. It was like when Roy Hattersley's on the DVD of documentary of on Doctor Who and the Silurians. I love that. Somebody thought to go, why don't we interview Roy Hattersley? And I went to Roy Hattersley getting a letter going, they want me to talk on a Doctor Who DVD? How marvellous. I love that. And it just goes to show, not just looking at Doctor Who through a very narrow and limited prism, but opening it out and expanding our experiences. It's great, great to hear beyond that. I love that. Anyway, so I'm thrilled by all aspects of the Sea Devils, and even some aspects that are nothing to do with the Sea Devils. Well done, Doctor Who. Well done, the Sea Devils. Boo, Steve, because you chose something that originated last week, but that's allowed. I'm still going. I'm still happy I chose Donald Sumpter's Wobbly Eye. So with that in mind, I'm going to scream down the line to you now, helplessly, and say that it's the end of episode 3. Well, welcome everybody. The sun is in the sky. There's not a cloud rolling by. It's a beautiful blue sky. And Mr. Blue Sky heralds the first happy times and places to be recorded in the wake of the announcement of the 14th Doctor Who, Ncuti Gatwa, whose work I do not know particularly. No, I don't, not even particularly. I've not seen Sex Education, but I've obviously been hoovering up clips and interviews and all sorts of things and pictures, and he looks amazing. But as I spend most of my life, I'm rooted firmly in the past. So I mention that merely for context, because patrons listening to this news will be relatively fresh. Those of you that listen via iTunes who are a little bit behind, because I like to give patrons a chronological advantage, this will be old news. You've probably got the 15th Doctor by now. No, you're usually about 6 months behind. So probably maybe just said goodbye to Jodie Whittaker and seeing lots of tantalising pictures. But here the news is fresh off the press release. The ink is still wet. Should anybody be using an old-fashioned means of disseminating information? However, the ink is well dried on anything that has been said about the Sea Devils, so let's see if I can find something new, or at least something similar to that found by Steve Hatcher, who you heard there, my guest who has chosen the Sea Devils to watch along with me. So before we start, I shall say, Alexa, volume 3, because I don't want to wake up the entire house on this Sunday afternoon. There's a blue tit sitting on we've got a little bench hanging off the tree outside. I do like that. The sun is shining. It feels good. There's a new Doctor in the air. That's always exciting. Doctor Who is about renewal and regeneration. Yesterday was quite sad. Very sad, because a dear friend of mine from the Doctor Who world, Anthony, who did Happy Times and Places, chose Timon the Rani, and did so with much enthusiasm, passed away. So yesterday was very sad. Today, feels like being reborn in a way. And that's what life is all about. And sometimes Doctor Who very much demonstrates that to us. So I hope the sun is shining where you are, whenever you are listening to this. Hopefully Alexa is not going to ball the house down and ruin the peace of this sunny afternoon here in Chorlton. Bernard's having a snooze. Shez is poorly upstairs. I'm going to watch part 4 of The Sea Devils in 3, 2, 1. So here we go. Let's see. I've pressed watch from the beginning. What feels like hours ago. It's taking a while. And it's now playing This Is Us for some reason, which Shirley was watching last night. Here we go. Right, my whatever it is I watch this on, I don't know what it is. Shirley bought it. Decided to play the end of a program called This Is Us, which is what Shirley watches, which seems to me about being sad and learning. And I'm watching Doctor Who, which is about being exciting and full of jeopardy and daring do, and not a small amount of fun. And that is the difference between my partner and I. So here we have the glory of... It's just something as simple as this, because these were the sorts of images that there were pictures of when I was a kid of this story. It seemed very much about, the sea devils rising from the deep. I remember Doctor Who magazine, when it ran out of, or it was worried about running out of archive features. I think it was on its nostalgia feature that it did about the Sea Devils, which was just another different way of looking at the story. It did a sort of composite where it had the 6 Sea Devils rising from the sea, but it sort of, it multiplied them, as you do now, probably with some sort of computer technology, and you've got like 10 ood and you want to show 30, you just have the same 10 over and over again. This was a bit more of a primitive version of that, but I remember it being such a striking thing to have going along the bottom of a double spread in Doctor Who magazine. And I remember thinking, that's a really clever thing to do. But we're not at that scene yet. This is the prelude to that, where we only see one Sea Devil. There he is. Pat Gorman is the credited Sea Devil. And he was a legend in the world of Doctor Who. I don't know if he actually played the one coming out of the sea, because he wasn't a stuntman. He's often written up as a stuntman. He wasn't a stuntman. He was an extra. He was never a member of Havoc or anything like that. But he's certainly the one on the beach doing all of this stuff. He probably was the one rising out of the sea. He just went, off you go, Pat. Jump in. And I remember, it's funny, I got very cross with the sonic screwdriver in Latter Day Who when it could, mend barbed wire and teach you how to do the Macarena and speak Esperanto. Yet I've always quite liked it being Pertwee brandishing it with his leather gloves and blowing up mines or igniting marsh gash. I don't know, it just seemed a really Doctor Who-y thing to do. I always feel sorry for that dead seagull. I'm assuming that's some sort of set dressing. Has anyone ever come across a minefield on a beach? Presumably it's part of the Master's security, but it would have to be a sort of cut-off part of the beach. I don't recall ever going on holiday and Mum going, you go get an ice cream there. Don't go over the sand dunes because you'll be out of my vision. And by the way, don't go too far to the left. There's a minefield. I love this. I remember this being a clip on the Resistance's Useless documentary, which really annoyed me because it was a bit, it took the mickey out of Doctor Who, which the BBC enjoyed doing for far too long. Still do occasionally. I think if you're doing a documentary celebrating a programme, don't talk about how the production team are, proud of the special effects they pulled off on a limited budget, and then show special effects that aren't particularly good and the production team weren't happy with at the time. But that's just one of my hills that I'll die on. But I remember they had a few clips from the Sea Devils for some reason. Maybe it was because the Sea Devils was part of the repeat season that Didn't get great viewing figures, maybe because it'd been preceded by a documentary that took the mickey. I don't know. Should we ask Gerald Ratner? But anyway, I get a bit serious, don't I? But I love the cry that the Sea Devil does, that sort of alien caterwaul that it has. And this is Colin Bell. Now, Colin Bell is a lovely, fresh-faced actor who, again, is one of those that, pops up a bit later. He's in Invasion of the Dinosaurs. And like Christopher Ray, he pops in playing small parts for different directors. So you sort of think, oh, I must have just been sort of part of the furniture. But his appearance in Invasion of the Dinosaurs, he sort of takes over a part halfway through. His part in this becomes slightly redundant because he's all geared up to go and make his escape, and he's in the sort of scuba gear, isn't he? There he is, Colin Bell. And actually doesn't make it to do that part of the story. So you sort of wonder what his character's sort of all about, but he gets to play cards next week. I love that melting of the door. The set does wobble. That's one of the few wobbly sets in Doctor Who. Set does wobble as the Sea Devil comes through, and I love all those close-ups of the sailors. I love the fact they've got those Sten guns, and that's all sort of adventure-y stuff for me that I loved. And the boldness of going for the close-up of the Sea Devil's eye. But I love that effect of the melting door. It's just polystyrene with acid poured on it, basically, isn't it? And yeah, Colin Bell as Chief Petty Officer Summers. He turns up in Invasion of the Dinosaurs as Private Bryson, who takes over halfway through because there's a character called Private Ogden who you assume, I think, was supposed to be in the later episodes, but isn't, and so they have this Private Bryson instead, who then sort of takes over, and Private Ogden is played by George Bryson. So I think Colin Bell was called in at the last minute to play what would have been Private Ogden, so they named him Private Bryson to reflect the actor that was no longer available. But then there's a Corporal Bryson there's Corporal Palmer. It's Corporal Bryson in the book of Invasion of the Dinosaurs. Anyway, so Colin Bell also is the voice of Barty in During Barty's Party, famous Nigel Neal Beasts play, where a couple can hear rats beneath them, and the only contact they have with the outside world is a radio phone-in. And Colin Bell is Barty. You don't see him, but he's an important he's their contact with the real world, and it's a superb piece of work. Anthony Bate and Elizabeth Sellers as this couple besieged by rats, but loads of great actors who are just voices off, like John Rhys Davies and Colin Bell. And Colin was sadly listed as deceased, to passed away in Doctor Who magazine in the mid-90s, and I thought, oh gosh, that's very young and very sad. And Doctor Who magazine's always, very, very good at getting those obituaries correct and letting us know that some of our. Some of the people who've entertained us in the past are no longer with us. And I love the Sea Devil being here with the submarine crew. It's that Yeti on the Loo in Tooting Bec, isn't it? The Sea Devil with the lieutenant going, "All right, old man," sure, and sort of the press, and the fact that they know they're slightly conning the Sea Devil here while they go and have a private chat. I love all that, and the fact that they're sort of very British officer types is to me even more of an amusing juxtaposition. Bit of Sumpter eye action going on there. And so yes, so poor old Colin Bell, who seemed very, very young, but I never was quite sure of the dates, because it said he'd been born. Whenever it said he'd been born, made me think that means he's 40 when he's in Doctor Who, and I'm not quite sure of that. But I found nothing to contradict that, but I'd had a little healthy scepticism. Anyway, the good news, everybody, and I suppose I should get in touch with the BBC people before any production notes are written for Invasion of the Dinosaurs or the Sea Devils. Colin Bell is still with us. And in fact, thanks to a Facebook friend of mine called Craig Brawley, who just dropped a line and said, my mate works with a bloke who said he was in Doctor Who once. And I went, all right, let's try it. Who's this? Colin Bell. Turns out to be totally alive. Those dates are wrong. And so for patrons, you will not, as my next release, get episode 5 of The Sea Devils. You will get an exclusive interview with Colin Bell. So isn't that delightful? And Jon Pertwee is doing lots of sound. The thing that doesn't quite work for me in that scene is that the Doctor's being a bit ignorant because he's, well into eating the sandwiches. I don't believe that Jane, who's brought them in for poor old Joe, would then take one for herself, because she now, of course, offers to go and get some more sandwiches, which is very sweet of her. But I still think it's very funny. I mean, Jon Pertwee's Doctor is in many ways awful, but I don't know, he kind of gets away with it. I don't know why. It's almost like you can dress well and have a bit of a sort of or carry yourself off with a bit of elan and have an enormous amount of self-confidence, and you can kind of get away with being a swine. But, Jo does get her sandwiches, so it's low-key. So, yes, I'm delighted that Colin Bell is still with us. And thanks to Craig. And isn't that a lovely coincidence that just, a Facebook friend. And I did, but the friend of the friend initially gave me the wrong email address. It was quite similar to the one that turned out to be the right one. So I emailed this other Colin, who didn't reply. And then Craig said, Colin said he definitely wants to do it. So I tried again and got a basically F off. And I was like, oh, no, because I hate phoning and emailing people unsolicited at the best times. But I'd been told this guy was up for it. And then it actually turns out that I'd emailed the wrong person. But, brickbats to the person where the email said, I like your performances in Doctor Who and I understand you're happy to do an interview. To not go, oh, I'm so sorry, you've got the wrong person. Do you know what I mean? That would have made life a lot easier, other Colin. But I got to Colin Bell in the end. But this is the reason I don't like asking people for interviews, because it's fraught with danger. I'm aware I haven't talked a lot about The Sea Devils episode 4, which has much to recommend it. Top sandwich comedy action. Lovely reactions here from Clive Morton, where he sort of realises the game is up, and that he's been duped by the Master. I like the Master's a little machine. And he's such a suave swine, isn't he? But there's a lovely reaction from Clive Morton, who, and it's a nice development for Trenchard that, he gets some form of redemption, which of course brings us to Trenchard's safety catch, which is one of the best bits in the book, is that Trenchard, puffs himself up and believes, he's being very brave and doing the right thing and standing up for all those things that he desperately wanted to be. And he goes out to face down the invading Sea Devils, and here they are, killing all the moustache men. And I think they're such a great design, the Sea Devils, and there's something very exciting about seeing them storming the castle, albeit in a limited BBC studio kind of way. Oh, and I think the phone call that Trenchard makes as well is a little bit, because he's not that important, he doesn't quite get through. That's almost quite touching as well in the book. I can't quite remember, but I'm sure there's an element of that to it as well, where he gets some slightly sort of patronising young woman at the end, the other end of the line, who doesn't really know who he is, and so he has to go, and that's great, very economical. Telephone thrown to the ground and a body hits the deck. I'm sure these days you would probably choreograph the Sea Devils slightly more. There's the occasional one that does look like an extra you've jammed into a rubber suit, whereas perhaps you'd get somebody with a bit more sort of movement experience these days. But yes, in the book, Trenchard does what he's doing here. He gets his gun out and goes to do the brave thing. except only at the last minute when he goes to fire upon the Sea Devils. His last thought, it's such a bitterly brilliant bit in the book. So I remember it. I've read the book once, and I read it when I was about, 10. He remembers he's left the safety catch on. And then you'd think that was the end of it, but then when Captain Hart finds him dead, he rectifies that before anybody else notices, which is so beautiful. I love, that can only work in these sorts of circumstances, and I love it. So the village people are all getting killed here. The village sentinels. They killed most of that. So I'm assuming, because yes, Stanley McGee was a guard in Colony in Space who also got killed. So I'm assuming, so he goes to use the phone, but I shall attend to the security of my prisoner. I love that. The sort of dignity within that, and the way that he holds the gun like that. And I remember waiting for... I've been quite surprised when I watched this for the first time. I go, oh, the gun's firing. You go, oh, no, it's not. That's only in the book. But this is good in a different way. You only know that absence if you've read the book. There's nothing wrong with what happens here, which is actually brilliantly done. That's very sad. That's a great shot as well, that goes through the Sea Devils of him dead on the floor, and the Master not even sparing him a glance. Oh, for all his suaveness, he's a nasty piece of work, isn't he? Oh yes, and of course we've got the submarine in this episode, which the story had been, the Ministry of Defence were a little bit concerned that the submarine actually looked like the top secret plans for a submarine that they had, but it was only Russell Phillips's brilliant delving that went. But and actually 2 guys turned up at the BBC and interrogated everybody because they put on a smaller propeller, because I think the propeller they were going to use looked a bit, that had come with the model or that they'd bought or whatever, looked a bit wrong. So Peter Day and Michael Bryant made a sort of educated guess as to what it might look like, and it was a little bit too educated for national security not to actually just double check they hadn't been up to no good. So brilliant article by Rosser, and I like the way that something that we knew as a couple of lines in Who Law, they got into a little bit of trouble for the submarine, is actually broken down and explained what happened, and that was in Doctor Who magazine not too long ago. Great stuff. What was yes, they do at least sort of have a little look at the character of Trenchard on his death scene. It's not as sort of bittersweet a little moment like the accidental forgetting of removing the safety catch, but there's a nod to why Trenchard did what he did, and he was patriotic, and how patriotism can be used, as a tool against those. It can be used as a very powerful tool. As I say, I've got a bit older now, and can also see the positives that can be drawn from it. But I am drawn to the idea that something that is, seen as a great strength can be turned into a weapon against somebody. Like anything, if you're too zealous about anything, except Doctor Who, one cannot be too zealous about Doctor Who. I'm sure one can. So this is the sort of thing that I suppose my grumpy Doctor Who fan I was quoting last episode would say, "Oh, advert for the Royal Navy." Well, no, I mean that's just I think that's just very much being at sea and emptying your glass at least half of it overboard, just so that you've got a half-empty glass. This all looks great, and it's really giddy as well. You can tell the camera's in the boat. They've made no attempt to steady the camera. I think you would now, but actually I quite like the fact that it shows it for what it is. It gives that real sense of just how rough this is. I remember going on a sort of pedalo thing with the kids in Italy, and they had got those sea brake things, and it was lovely. And we went, well, should we go a bit further out? And we went round those, and you realised, oh no, they're there for a reason. And suddenly it was, and we weren't that far out, but it was genuinely frightening, and it just goes to show how powerful the sea is. And I think that's and I remember when I was touring Marseille, my Doctor Who scarf, I went to Lytham St Anne's, was it? Somewhere like that. And I was on the coast, and it was quite a heady time for me. And I was going through some sort of personal turmoil and stuff. And I sat on the beach, and the sea was crashing in, and I could feel the elements. And I've never lived by the sea, and I found something about being exposed to that sheer raw power of nature really sort of quite profound and invigorating. And there is something about the power of nature that we underestimate at our peril, and that's what gives the sea, having the sea featured so heavily in a Doctor Who, I think, is quite exciting. And especially, as I say, that camera was bobbing about, and you can feel the coldness in the air because the wind is blowing, and it's sort of stark, and it's you can feel the elements. I love all of that. I think that gives it this story a real. You can smell the salt air, and the fact that the Doctor's there, and this is a genuine piece of equipment, and the fact that it's a sequence on film makes it feel just that little bit more real, and the fact that all of these guys are the real deal. This is your actual Navy, and I love all of that, and I like the idea that. They all had Doctor Who come to visit, and I like that in the documentary for this. They interviewed a couple of the sailors, didn't they? And I love that when they again when we go beyond the bounds of the usual people who tell the sort of stories that we come to expect. I think it's lovely when we see how Doctor Who sort of invades, even if only for a couple of weeks, invades the life of somebody else. I'm really feeling this has always been a fine story for me. Fine story. Yes, Sea Devils, it's fine. It's not a season 7. They're the top rank of the Pertwees. I'm thoroughly enjoying this. Really enjoyed watching it, and I think I've really come to understand what people love about the Pertwee era, which, as I say, I've always enjoyed. But it's rarely made me do somersaults of joy. But revisiting Curse of Peladon, and now this, an era I thought of as being quite samey. I'm actually really getting very, very into. And my average scores for these Pertwee stories would probably go up a couple of notches, I would say. Look at that! That's a fantastic shot. The Sea Devil peering through the whatever that thing's called, the hole. What's it called? The porthole. Porthole. Is it porthole? Yeah, porthole. Let's not get into that. It's not a Stradivarius. And we have another all-time great cliffhanger coming up. Now is Steve going to choose this cliffhanger? I would sort of like to reserve the cliffhangers for my bonus thing, because I think they're all pretty special. But this one is particularly good because when you read about it in Doctor Who magazine, it sort of says in the archives, Joe looks in and the Doctor isn't there. That's not actually what happens in this cliffhanger. Joe looks in, and we get a close-up of her shocked-looking face. So we kind of know that means the Doctor isn't there, but it could mean that his remains are splattered along the roof, because it is unsaid. And Captain Hart comes out, and his face is, grim, impassive and grim, and he looks to try and reassure her. I think that's lovely because it's all unspoken and it's all sort of unmelodramatic. But no, it's not that the Doctor's not there, that you can sort of tell. It's that it's not explicit about what the problem is. Fantastic. I love that cliffhanger, and Katie Manning's so wonderful. So it is a great cliffhanger. However, I am hoping next week's cliffhanger is good, but it's fine. It's not in the same league as the others. But I'm hoping that he doesn't choose it, because I would like the cliffhangers to be my bonus thing. Colin Bell, talking of bonus things, who will be interviewed for... I don't know what I'm doing with the interviews outside of Patronsville, but I reserve the right to pop things out there first, because they're who keep me going and enable me to do this on a Sunday afternoon when perhaps I should be, trying to prostitute myself out for paid work, which I need some of. But the patrons keep me ticking over, which I'm very grateful for. I try not to plug it too often because I think that's unseemly, but it is a fact of life. These are, I resist the temptation to have adverts or anything like that. But I am very grateful to the patrons who keep me going. Right, because I am a self-employed artist, which means I'm generally an unemployed layabout. So, what is my favourite thing about episode 4? Well, I do like Trenchard's last stand, but we did have Trenchard in episode 2. I love the Sea Devil on the submarine. I love the Sea Devil burning through the door. I like that whole scene. That's real Doctor Who meat and drink to me. But then I like the Sea Devil standing over the map and the two officers going, "Yeah, all right, old chap, we'll take you." I love the Sea Devil and the minefield. I love the Sea Devil rising out of the sea. Perhaps it's the design of the Sea Devils that I like, because he's got to choose that at some point. And again, if I get in there first, I get the point. But it means, of course, I then don't get the point for whatever I choose for the episode where he chooses that. So I'm still in terrible trouble most of the time with this. But I think the Sea Devil works so well on all those different images coming out of the sea, great in the minefield. It's a brilliant design, and I think the augmentation with the string vests actually really helps. The only thing is that sometimes I think they move a bit stiffly depending on who you've got in the costume, and I think that is something that more attention is paid to these days. But that's just the nature of these things. I think it's a wonderful design. Oh, we have that close-up of the eye as well, don't we? It's a brilliant design. The eye doesn't move much, but then again, I've just Legends of the Sea Devils. Did the eye move in that? Or did they just it's just almost like they poke the screen to make them talk? The ones in the old days, they couldn't talk. Should we change that? No, we'll just stick our finger on the, I don't know, siege, whatever they did. But anyway, that's trying to overcome difficulties with the technology available, which is what Doctor Who is all about. I'm going for the design of the Sea Devils and praying that Steve Hatcher doesn't go anywhere near my cliffhangers. So, what has Steve Hatcher chosen for episode 4?
For episode 4, I've picked the minefield scene on the beach, which is one of those scenes that is forever turning up in clip shows and retrospectives. If you see a clip from the Pertwee era of Doctor Who, it's quite likely to be this one. We've got the Master and Trenchard on the cliff top, with the Master's whirry beepy machine to summon the lone Sea Devil onto the land, and the Sea Devil climbs out of the waves and sort of pulls himself together and then immediately starts setting about the castle guards, and then having looking around and finding Doctor and Joe and thinking, oh, I'll have a go at them next. I'll have a shoot at them. The Doctor and Joe, of course, jump over the barbed wire, and the Doctor pulls the sonic screwdriver out of his pocket and explodes the mines to scare off the Sea Devil, to send him scurrying back to the sea. Now, there's something that's always puzzled me about this. Now, the Doctor has just escaped from custody in the castle. Trenchard has been keeping him a prisoner. And yet he's still got his sonic screwdriver in his pocket. Did Trenchard and his guards not search him for useful things like that? Or did they just think, oh, it's nothing important, and leave it there? So anyway, that very iconic, I suppose, is an overused word, but there we are. The iconic scene, it's a beautiful scene to look at, with the sea and the beach and the Sea Devil and blah, blah, blah. Tremendous. Episode 4.
Oh, so close. I mean, I nearly chose that, but then because I realised a lot of the other things I liked also featured the Sea Devils, and because surely the design of the Sea Devils will be chosen at some point. Anyway, I was close. We were singing from the same hymn sheet, but I'd obviously got the lyrics upside down. I'll accept that partially because I'm just chuffed he didn't choose the cliffhanger. He better not choose the cliffhanger to episode 5. So yeah, it's a happy day. Things are about to get worse in the Sea Devils for Doctor Who, but I think that's a cracking episode. And that's the end of Trenchard. Clive Morton died only a couple of years later. He's a lovely character, but yeah, go back to the book, which I hope I haven't ruined for anybody, but those lovely little augmentations. There is as much a part, if you're from my generation, the bits that happened in the books are as much of a part as the stories, and sometimes the stories are almost defined by their absence. And I think it's maybe taken me so long to get over some of the absences that were never there from the Target books that that means that I've never been kind enough to a story for what it is rather than what it isn't, and that's the joy of revisiting these. I did have a bit of a renaissance with the Sea Devils when it was repeated in much better quality than I'd ever seen it, and I was able to see some of its treasures pin sharp for the first time, but that's relatively recently. That 1992 repeat. God, 2000. My God, that's 30 years ago. So that repeat is longer ago than the story was when it was repeated. That is terrifying. So my goodness. In fact, that repeat was on before the man who's just been announced as Doctor Who was born. Oh, time travel is cruel when you can only do it in one direction. Oh, if only you could see the look on my face, listeners, because it would make for quite a cliffhanger. Well, hello everybody. It's a very exciting time for Doctor Who as I record this. If you're a non-patron and you're listening, I'm not rubbing this in. I'm just apologizing if my current affairs are slightly out of date when you are, because I'm recording this in the sort of fallout of the news of, I was going to say the new Doctor, but the new Doctor and the old Doctor and the new companion / Rose / does baffle me slightly how now history may prove me wrong on this, but how people who watch a television program that is all about the infinite possibilities of time and space haven't considered that there might be two people in that universe with the same Christian name, which I think is slightly more likely than them recasting Billy Piper. But anyway, who knows? History may make a fool of me. But anyway, I'm also recording this with the strange knowledge that the prior episodes of this particular Happy Times and Places are out as I record this. So I know that the lovely patrons, have been enjoying watching the Sea Devils with me and with Steve Hatcher. So I better carry on watching it before they overtake me. But anyway, yes, so if I make reference to events going on this week and non-patrons in the future, I mean, for us, when I record this, Jodie Whittaker is still Doctor Who. I think the way things are going, that will not be the case. I mean, she'll always be Doctor Who, but not the current Doctor Who. I think that won't be the case by the time you hear this in non-patronsville, but I do know. I try and keep a sort of 6-month gap. So actually for you, this is almost in itself a sort of time capsule, which I don't know if it's ideal. I don't know if I should actually do this closer, but I took advice from a couple of people who said, no, make sure that, patrons have early access and 6 months is quite a good sort of gap. So, I mean, it's not like this is a news podcast. I mean, as I say, I'm alluding to a couple of pretty seismic things, and because there's stuff in the air and it's all exciting, and I don't know, I keep seeing leaked photos of David Tennant on the internet, and I feel like I'm 33 again. I got an little wave of nostalgia to those halcyon days, but this. The Sea Devils, well, I get a wave of nostalgia about the repeat of this, and of course the repeat of this was sooner after its original broadcast, pretty much. No. 73, 80, 90. So it was 19 years after its original broadcast, whereas we're now 1992, 2002, 2012. Oh, yeah, we're now nearly 30 years. Oh, my goodness. Since the repeat of this, where I first saw it in sort of glorious, transmissible quality, whereas before I'd had it on sort of ropey bootleg. Anyway, we're going to watch episode 5 of The Sea Devils, where Joe Grant has just been part of one of the, I don't know, just one of the most memorable cliffhangers of Doctor Who, which is basically the camera zooming in on her face with her looking scared, or not scared, or, unnerved by what she sees, or doesn't. So, what has happened to TV's Doctor Who Under the Sea? Let us find out. I'm watching on BritBox, whatever you're watching on. Oh, no. And so, of course, it's now gone blank. Right. No. So it got bored of me talking, which means, and that's a machine. So you humans have probably dived out ages ago. Anyway, we have 23 minutes remaining of Season 9, Episode 13, which is known to you and I, dear listener, as Episode 5. Of The Sea Devils, which I'm really enjoying, and I'm watching with Steve Hatcher, and indeed, I like to think with you lot as well. So let's press select, play, whatever we want to, in 3, 2, 1. It made a clicking noise. No. Yeah, didn't I mean, I may as... What was that countdown for? Absolutely nothing. Oh, no, actually, it's not 23 minutes remaining. It's counting down from 24:40, so it's a longer episode. Anyway, this is Doctor Who and the Sea Devils. Now, somebody, was it David Gillespie, I think it was, pointed out that every time I tell Alexa to turn the volume down, I turn the volume down on what they're actually watching. So I'm sorry about that. I'd never considered that your Alexa would be listening to me. Of course, non-patrons, this won't be a problem, because by the time you're listening, Alexa will be defunct ancient technology like Betamax or Papyrus, and you'll just be having to control the volume with the power of your mind. But anyway, I might... can you block your Alexa's ears? Because this is slightly loud. So block your Alexa's ears. Hang on. Alexa, volume 4. So I'm sorry about that. So here we are. We're back to the recap. We've got all these things. I like those big chunky jumpers that sailors wear. That's the sort of thing that you'd occasionally. I remember having a fisherman's jumper. I don't know why they were called fisherman's jumpers, but I liked it, and people said it suited me. I don't know where it is now. It probably wouldn't fit now. But there are all those sorts of, and you could get clothes from sort of, you probably still can. In the olden days, you could get clothes from army surplus stores, but, dads and granddads and uncles and people sort of had, for particular jobs or occasions, they'd have an army jumper or a naval jumper or work gear that had a sort of military echo about it. And I suppose that was an inheritance of people that had got their own stuff that their parents, or in some cases them, brought stuff back from active service and then used it to mooch about it, which seems a bit, oh crikey, that seems, this is the jumper I wore when I was at sea. Anyway, I note I not really paid much attention to the doctors, because they obviously they transport the Doctor in that funny submarine thing. Here is Walker, the awful politician. I love his interaction with Jane Blythe, where she heartily disapproves of him because he patronises her. I mean, this is pretty on the nose, isn't it? It's interesting how politicians have changed since Masters in Doctor Who and the Silurians, where Geoffrey Palmer plays it straight and is quite a reasonable figure. We've had Chin in The Claws of Axos, who everyone hates. People don't like that performance at all. I've never really minded it, but he is cut from a different cloth from the sort of politicians we saw in season 7. And this is Malcolm Hulke leaving us in no doubt as to what he thinks about these civil servants. Well, not civil servants, is he? He's not a civil servant. He's a politician. I like the Sea Devil voices. I can sort of do one. Alexa, volume 3. That's better. Jon Pertwee even looks good in a sort of anorak. He's great, isn't he? He is such an elegant man. And funny, when I was doing the sort of preamble to this, I like the way that the Chief Sea Devil has an extra bit of netting. It's like, I get the necklace bit. I get the it's like a cloak. I get the string cloak. I mock, but it absolutely looks fine. It's just the logic of it. Okay, how do we denote who's the one in charge? Well, should we give him a bit more string? I mean, it really is. It's a cloak made out of string vests. Or no, it's nets, isn't it? But I wonder if, if there's some sort of, whether it's whoever grabs the cloak gets to be chief, or when you get to be chief, somebody makes the cloak for you. We shouldn't worry about these things. Peter Forbes Robertson is the Chief Sea Devil. He had been a guard in Power of the Daleks and one of the Time Lords, directed by Michael Bryant in the opening of Colony in Space. I don't know an awful lot about him. No longer with us, long dead, I think. But that's actually the mouth moves, which I have to note they hadn't really cracked that in Legend of the Sea Devils, had they? I think I was going to say post-production. It just looked more like somebody had sort of poked the film from behind, poked it digitally. That's nice. I like the Master's sort of entrance. It's not an entrance. He's sort of placed quite far back and the camera goes in on him. I like that. Now, I think this is this the scene where it kind of does a close-up on his mouth, eating his toast or something, which I think is a lovely... I remember Doctor Who magazine did an article called Nostalgia. It was when they were... I mentioned this before, and it had the lovely composite of all the sea devils rising from the sea. I like a toast rack too. I remember when bread was good for you. You should have bread for breakfast now. Terrible. Anyway, and they talked about Walker, and they talked about the close-up of his mouth. And I can't remember who wrote it. I think it was... would it have been Gary Russell? No, or Patrick Mulcahy even. I can't remember. So I'm not going to miscredit somebody. But I am just going to say I remember and I am admiring of them describing this bit as the camera lingering on his gaping maw. And I'm sure I've used the word combo gaping maw on a couple of occasions, and it's always stuck in my mind from that particular article. It's all going a bit doolally in Hadoke Towers. We've got a couple of dogs and a lift and lots of noise. But I'm going to persevere unless you need me, babe. Do you need me? No. Bernard has a visitor. Bernard is my dog. Bernard has a visitor who's called Kobani, who is a dog with a pesky aspect and a prominent underbite. And Bernard, who is a very nice and friendly dog, is very discombobulated because this is his planet. He was here before Kobani, and now Kobani has come to stomp all over it, and I think he wants rid. So it's thematically, my poor dog's misery is thematically appropriate. It's funny because I remember when I watched this, at the time and discovered it as a television story, I hadn't really thought of it much as a story about the Master and the Doctor having a chat with, monsters. And of course, as a kid discovering this, had I known nothing about it, these would be the scenes that you'd love because lots of monsters. But I am, mindful of, that phrase. That has been used by better writers than I, that some scenes of Doctor Who can be squabbling rubber. But I like all this stuff they do with the Sea Devil's hand and the Doctor's head, and don't they touch hands later as well to sort of say perhaps it would be better to make peace. I think that was in the Resistance is Useless documentary as well, or it was a clip that was used as well. They seem to use a lot of clips from the Sea Devils in that documentary. Maybe it was because of the repeat season. But yeah, I like all that stuff. But obviously the hand thing is quite, that's quite a logical thing. But it's bred from the business with the hand to the back of the head, and I like all that. We get what that means, but it's slightly alien. So we understand what the drama's trying to say with it, but it's not derived from anything particularly specific within us. There's a lot of stock footage here. You can tell when it's. Well, I was going to say you could tell when it's stock because it's slightly bleached out, but I think some of those aerial shots were. But this isn't, because this is Norman Atkins, who I think, he was an actor. He's the Guardian in Colony in Space. I suspect he was probably slightly prouder of his role as the Admiral in the Sea Devils. Obviously another friend of Michael Bryant's, but I think he'd been, I think like a lot of Bryant's friends, he was a man of the sea. Now, Martin Boddy, though, who plays Walker, is very interesting. He was a friend of Ian Hogg from Ghostlight. And I'm still sort of in touch with, see, that's slightly bleached out. I think that must be stock. But then again, that's not glorious. And I think some of this stuff is obviously stock. Yes. Don't overthink it, Toby. If it looks like stock, it probably is stock. But obviously the stuff with Norman Atkins isn't. They didn't have footage of him just lying around. I love all this, though. Look at this. This looks $1 million, especially for Doctor Who. This is all really broadening the canvas. However, Martin Boddy. Don't get distracted from the Martin Boddy. By these terrific explosions. I'm loving these sea explosions. Again, I think probably when I am getting distracted from Martin Boddy, but I'm aware the part of my head isn't, so hold that thought. But I love those sort of sea explosions, because as I say, I'm sure a lot of them are stock, if not all, but I think the Navy were cooperative, so they may have dropped. Are you allowed to just drop things every now and again? For Doctor Who's in town, blow up the bottom of the sea. But I think obviously the Navy have helped them out with a lot of this footage. But I think it's a sort of stuff that when I first watched it, I was just like, oh, it's probably stock footage, but it's actually integrated into the drama very well. And because there's so much unusual sea footage anyway, I think you kind of, if you're not, somebody like us who looks for different quality and different film shots so one can decide whether it's stock footage or not. I think if you're just watching this, as I've said before, my mum can't tell the difference between film and VT, for goodness sake. So, we took this is mostly watched by normal people. But I think all of this stuff, you're just getting used to Doctor Who being at a naval base and in the sea and all of this. And yeah, Norman Atkins looks like he's in the same place as all this stuff going on. And as I say, I'm not. They may well have. I don't know, but I'm not going to. You can look that up. It doesn't matter whether I'm right or wrong. The point I'm making is, and that's actually a pretty good rockfall for Doctor Who. Sometimes those things are a bit pony, but that was a big old piece of ceiling that fell in. Oh, and it twitched in death. Oh, I like a twitch in death. That is what I say, that is verisimilitude. It's essentially a man in a rubber costume, but do a little bit of that. It just helps to sell the illusion a little bit. Little touch, a little something extra. But yeah, we've got used to seeing all the Doctor Who at the sea stuff, which is, what is unusual, the sort of main headline of what is unusual about this story. But then they start, you start seeing explosions in the sea, and you kind of buy that it's all there and it's all part of it. And this is not the usual stuff you get from Doctor Who. Now obviously that's and that's very good, because it's a good trick. I like the plotting of that. I remember as a kid thinking that the plotting of that was very clever. Yeah, send up a couple of corpses, and that will convince them that they've done their work. I mean, it's not great if you're. I mean, the inference was they didn't go and get a couple of dead ones and chuck them out the back door. They have sacrificed a couple of their soldiers. That I may be wrong on that. I've been talking all the way through it. But anyway, two dead sea devils. That's a good image, and I remember thinking that a clever piece of plotting. And of course, I read something about it recently, actually. That we did this in World War II, didn't we? We dropped a corpse, an unknown soldier, into the sea with some documents, and the Germans picked it up and fell for the ruse, which gave I think some disinformation about what was going to happen on the Normandy landings or something. So all of that sort of wartime daring do stuff was in the air when I was a kid. Those were the sort of stories that we read about and things. So that sort of plotting I enjoy. It's a great sort of simple trick that makes a kid go, oh yeah, that's a really good idea. I mean, we shall attack their base. Oh, so that's really kicking up. So episode 5 of the Sea Devils is not one I really think about, because I always sort of think about bringing it up to Trenchard and the prison and that sort of storyline finishing last week. And then, of course, the big attack on the naval base, which is next week. And I never really think about episode 5 much. Oh, Jon Pertwee in a porthole. Oh, you love that. That's great. And I'm thoroughly enjoying this as much as one can when one chats through. Because, yes, I love the Walker stuff. I love that close-up of his gaping maw. But I love there's another Sea Devil corpse. Great, sort of littered with corpses, which is quite sort of action-y, packed-y. And I'd forgotten, yes, he comes and rescues Donald Sumpter. We love a bit of Donald Sumpter. And David Griffin off of Heidi High. Keep an eye out. Keep an eye on Sumter's eye. He's actually a handsome devil, isn't he? A beard suits him. Oh, and Rossa McPhillips, my military advisor, Toby Hadoke, would like to thank the Royal Rossa McPhillips for his assistance with the making of this program. Because I was saying I wasn't sure if officers were allowed, if were allowed beards. You're allowed a beard if you're on a submarine. Because you're underwater for ages and they sort of give you a pass. So that's what he said. I might, in the post-credits, actually read out exactly what he said, because I want to get it exactly right. But and I can't check that now because I'm watching Doctor Who, everybody. Look, I always notice Colin Bell has a blood blister under his middle finger. Here, he's obviously shut his finger in the door. But actually, this is such good quality. He's got stubble. The suggestion being they're under the water. So this is Colin Bell, who I have discovered is still alive, and this is Christopher Ray, who sadly isn't alive but became a light salesman, and the other guy in the middle is Rex Rowland, who barely did anything else, and I think died in about 2004. I think. Because a lot of Rexes aren't actually called Rex, they're called Reginald, which makes things very tricky. That's Pertwee getting very cross with Donald Sumpter for killing the Sea Devil, but that's quite a bit of action if you're a kid. That's one of those scenes that you would just chuck out right now, the bit of the three characters, one of whom you've never seen before, playing cards and then distracting a Sea Devil. Oh, that Sea Devil wasn't dead. Oh, he'd just fallen over because the depth chargey bomb things. Oh, so that's quite good. So he was placed as a tip-off for the drama having later. I do love the way that the Sea Devils look on camera. As I say, they don't always walk brilliantly, but they've got these ones have good posture. And it's such a good design. So yeah, that scene between those three characters is an odd one, isn't it? But it's nice that we get Summers from before and what's Christopher Ray called Lovell. But yeah, Rex Rowland's character gets to pretend to hold his stomach, and then I don't think does much else in. He's sitting at the desk now, but he didn't do much else on telly, or certainly not in Doctor Who again. Anyway, I hope he had a nice life. He's got a bit of immortality that if you're painted with the Doctor Who brush. So there's that lovely propeller that caused so much consternation and got people from military intelligence or naval intelligence to come and interview Michael Bryan and Peter Day and say, "Are you spies?" Love that. this is very well shot, all of this stuff here. Having the slight bits of the submarine set before the camera and the placing of the actors, it's very nicely done. How's the Sumpter eye on here? Little blinking, but not twitching. Yeah, no, that's okay. And the negative effect on that shot as you see it through this. Oh, the camera works great. I forget how good Michael Bryant is with the master sort of slightly out of focus and below, and the profile of the Sea Devil. They really trust those masks, and quite right that they should. Obviously they're not blinking eyes, but that didn't really bother us as kids. Oh, sweat on his brow there, on David Griffin's brow. Go on, have a twitch. Oh, sweat on him now as well. This is all great stuff. Why do I never remember episode 5? And the music's working to augment this too. It is like sort of drops in the ocean, isn't it? Do 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 do. Yay, Colin Bell. We love Colin Bell, especially as he's still alive. And he will be back in Invasion of the Dinosaurs as a last-minute replacement, we think, for somebody else. Going home. I like that. And they're nice characters. I like the sort of the submarine sabbatical that we have. Now I think you'd probably try and find ways of bringing those, at least Donald Sumter's character in early and having him through to the end, having them on the... You'd probably have all those soldiers, all those naval officers, Marines, on the... That's a great shot of Delgado. In the final assault on the base, and a couple of them would probably get killed. So that so that the bodies flying about in episode 6, you had a little anchor with, but of course, here that would be quite a big exercise because none of those actors are on film in this, so you'd have the expense of having to hire them in advance, pay them, have them on. I think there was some sort of retainer system in those days, or you certainly got paid more for being on film. So if you're on film and videotape. So anyway, let's not. But yeah, it was a much bigger consideration. It's an easier booking to have them just for the studio session that on the submarine. Walker is. I love that because Pertwee is supposedly the establishment figure, but then you have to sort of, because he is a bit more established, certainly more establishment than Troughton or Baker, the more earthbound of the Doctors, for a period anyway. But Pertwee is great because he's got the authority. Peter Brace, stuntman Peter Brace. He only died a couple of years ago. You can see him. He gets some lines in The Prisoner, dubbed by somebody else in the Living in Harmony episode. He plays a character, doesn't he, Zeke? But he's about to not see any of these guys, isn't he? And then one's going to come up behind him. I always wonder where were you looking? Because that thing's standing right next to you. But that is glorious, isn't it? That is the Sea Devils rising from the sea. I actually think their body language is okay mostly. But now, of course, you'd want to dwell on that a bit more. You'd want 5 or 6 goes at that. But it's so good that they had the cameras on. So we've got all those brilliant photographs of it. They look fantastic around the base. I'm actually loving the design even more. I think they look terrific. I think I slightly got them in my mind's eye, sort of lolloping about apologetically. I think they look great round the base. I think they look great in contrast to the metallic surroundings. They look great coming out of the sea. Again, I'd have had that. I'm not a TV director. I'd have probably gone on. I'd have held on that for way too long. It's actually quite nice that you get if you look away, you missed it, and yet I'm so used to that imagery because we had so many photos of that, or that photo was used. Or whatever photos we had were used quite a lot, because there was also photos of the single one, wasn't there? Martin Boddy, who I still haven't talked about. Martin Boddy worked with Ian Hogg quite a lot, and I believe, here's a lovely fact. Because Ian told me this over when we were having a pizza after we'd interviewed Ian about his career. Here's a fact. Martin Boddy sang at the famous devil man, what do you call him? Aleister Crowley, the man of the devil, the black magic fellow, Martin Body sang at Aleister Crowley's funeral. There's a fact that you won't get in any other Doctor Who podcast. And we're about to come to the final cliffhanger, aren't we? And I meant to say, because Jo was at the beginning of this is a magnificent story for Jo, and I've barely talked about her. And I think it's partially because I take her for granted. But Jo rocks. So does Katie Manning. That's a great cliffhanger, actually. It's the worst cliffhanger in the thing, because it's just the monster points his gun at Doctor Who. But it's a great monster. It's a great cut, cut from the gun to the excellent design. But it's an excellent gun. It's an excellent face. And that, the forgotten episode of the Sea Devils, episode 5, the one I don't really think about hugely, is an absolutely wonderful thing. I love it. I'd have liked to have seen Martin Body credited slightly higher, but you can't have everything. He was an interesting fellow by all accounts, but I must actually email Ian Hogg and just get him to remind me of some of the interesting things about Martin Body that I've lost to the mists of time. Because that's the problem when you interview some of these people. You then go and have lunch, and they tell you loads of other stuff, and you're not recording, and that would be rude to. And sometimes the reason they tell you some things is because you're not recording. But he wasn't telling me he wasn't imparting a secret. We just I can't remember how we got on. We just got onto Martin Body, and he told me a couple of other things. He told me a few other things, and I can't remember them. So I must get him to remind me. So look, what is my favourite thing about episode 5 of the... Oh, well, I jump straight to the close-up of Walker eating his toast. I think it's a great... Well, one very personal one, because I'm always reminded of that phrase, gaping maw. I think it was Patrick Welkin. I can check this. But gaping maw, very good, very good. But also it's the character of Walker who I think is fun. He is a bit arch. He's brilliant in the book. He has some sweets that he doesn't give to anybody. He's great in the book too. He doesn't go quite well. He does go far in this. He's pretty arch in this, but I think he's funnier than Chin. And you sort of and he's more of a... I was going to use a terrible word then. He's more of a than Chin. Chin's just a sort of fool, whereas this guy is and Chin is dangerous, but this guy, he wears that puffed up. He's the arch Trenchard. He's the ascendant Trenchard in a way. At least Trenchard was a relic of an old time, and so you could kind of pity him for the fact that he represented something, an ideal that had failed and a past that he'd never get again. So there was something sort of bittersweet about his attempts to, there's something almost, heartwarming about his attempts to, maintain that thing that he felt was important, and at the end of the day, it was rather sad. Whereas Walker's a member of the government and is in power and will, use his, stupid, often selfish, pompous urges to do actual great harm and damage. Peter Brace, I didn't get enough to talk about because, of course, I was talking about the Sea Devils coming from the sea. He's in the android invasion. They do a test android, and he runs down a corridor and gets shot to test how effective, the android kill gun is. So anyway, my favourite bit of, and sorry about the interruption, but I thought I was sort of in a bit of a flow, and Shez has an instinct to know not to sort of come and go blah, 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 blah. So I managed to, but I mean I don't like it sometimes when I listen to podcasts and they include all the sort of interruptions, but I have to because I'm sticking to time. So if she came in now, I'd stop, and you'd have a proper edit and everything. But I think we got away with it. In fact, I'd probably get away with it more if I don't draw attention to such things. Now I'll draw attention to the fact that I bet since... Oh no, Steve Hatchett is still here. downloaded onto my laptop. I thought I might have to retrieve him from the cloud. So my favourite thing. I keep interrupting myself when I'm talking about Martin Body. I'm having an out-of-body experience throughout this. The close-up, I mean, encapsulating Walker, although I'm aware he's a bit broad, I still do enjoy it, and I enjoy what Malcolm Hulke's decided to do, especially as, you know, in these six-parters, they can sometimes get a bit dry. And he's just the right side, I think, for me, of parody. And where he isn't, actually, where he goes over the top, I think they do good things with him. I like the close-up. I just think the close-up of the mouth chewing the toast, the gaping maw, the camera is telling part of the story about the character, and the character's actions are informing the story and are propelling the drama, and it just works on all sorts of different levels, and I think it's inventive, and I think it's a way of telling the story in in quite a bold way, but that I think on this occasion works because he is a grotesque. So you can afford a bit of a grotesque thing to do. And I admire its ambition to do that. I think it is quite arch, but it's contained and it makes sense. And I like it. I like it. And because there's nothing else quite like it in Doctor Who, I don't think, actually, where the camera sort of speaks to the character. I quite like the bit at the end of the rap in Greatest Show in the Galaxy when the ringmaster, having done his rap, looks and it picks on the sort of slightly pitted and carbuncled profile that Rico Ross has if you catch his face in a slight way, and I thought that was a really interesting, just a sudden, doing nothing but just the way that you film the actor's face. Anyway, so yeah, Walker's Gaping Maw is my favourite thing from episode 5, which was a very good episode of the Sea Devils, and one I often forget.
For episode 5, well, I've picked on something that is there all the way through the story, John Friedlander's Sea Devil costumes. Now, apparently Terence Sticks and Barry Letts didn't like the pale blue long string vests, but they are absolutely fantastic. And what a great decision to have the creatures wearing clothes. Unlike the original Silurians, who went round naked. They were clearly some sort of prehistoric lizard naturist cult. And every time we've seen them since, they've been properly dressed and covered their modesty effectively. The heads apparently were very expensive, and it really does show. The money's on the screen there. Those expressionless round turtle eyes in particular make them very creepy and otherworldly and indeed threatening. The Sea Devil turns up later to do a bit of threatening in a random episode of Blake 7 for no apparent reason. They're streets ahead of the Silurians. In so many ways, they look that much better than the Silurians. One of the absolute classic monsters of the Pertwee era. And those blue string vests. Knee-length string vests. They chime very well with the blue of the sea, and the whole thing, and Pertwee's frilly shirts and all that. It just looks so stylish, and this story for me is just so very, very blue, in the best possible way. I love the look of those Sea Devils.
Now, that's interesting, because I think I chose the Sea Devil design for episode 1, but it was 2 Doctors ago. So, I'm pretty sure I can tot up the score at the end for anyone who really cares. I'll double check, but I'm pretty sure I chose the Sea Devil design, maybe for part 2, but earlier, which means that I actually get a point for that, and I got a point for Trenchard, didn't I? So I got a couple of points. I'm sure I've chosen the Sea Devil design. I'm not going to win, I never do, but I'll take the small victories where I can. So thanks. Yes, it is a very blues, and actually I quite like. I was saying, because they don't blink, but I like how Steve has phrased that. Use those expressionless turtle eyes, and actually now I think about it, do turtles? I've never seen a turtle blink. I mean, I've not had a conversation with a turtle, but why? Just because we blink? Because fish don't blink. So why would a Sea Devil blink? actually, Toby, get over yourself. Why do we... I mean, although actually, that's just started on its own, so the house is haunted. So, yeah, because the Sauvix blinks, doesn't he, in Warriors of the Deep. But he's got slightly eyebrowy thing. And so we go, oh, it's better because it's it's an advance in technology. And I think they blinked in Legend of the Sea Devils, I think, as I say, as well as talking and breathing by somebody poking the screen, essentially. But actually, yeah, you don't want fish, those sort of dead fish eyes. I'm actually apologising for them doing something that they needn't actually do, because they are really effective, and I don't actually care that they don't blink. And as I say, Bryant is, very daring about as close as he wants to go with those, and so he doesn't mind. And if he doesn't mind, he's convinced me not to mind. And yeah, that's a good way of putting it, Steve, which has made me now less apologetic about a particular element of the story, which makes me very happy indeed. So, yes. And yes, they are dressed. And he said that, that the Silurians weren't dressed. Fair enough. I actually like the Silurian design of Doctor and the Silurians, but I take the point about them being naked, but there's nothing wrong with that. And I mean, are they? They're sort of naked in Warriors of the Deep. I know they've got shells, but they don't count as clothes, do they? I just think they're shelled Silurians. Unless are we saying that that's a sort of tank top? That's actually their clothes. Now, that's very interesting. I mean, to be fair, the Silurians in Warriors of the Deep can't even wear their own heads properly, let alone clothes. Can't be trusted with dungarees when their necks are flapping about. But that's another story, which I've actually already done. But if you were asking me to choose at this current time, I still think Silurians is a stronger story than Sea Devils. I've always seen the Sea Devils as the sort of poorer marine cousin. But this time, I have to say, I have thoroughly enjoyed this. I think it's a belter. It's wonderful direction, wonderful monsters, good characters, looks fantastic. The Doctor and Joe are great. As I say, so much so, I've probably not given them their dues, really. And the Master too. I mean, he's just never not good. He's just great when he's just standing there. Good stuff. And that, I think, is the Droop episode, where there's a bit of sort of escape and capture. But I actually thought that was all nice and interesting. But it is always the episode I kind of forget, and I wonder why that is. As I say, because I think it bridges the gap between the Trenchard prison stuff and the finale, which is what we will be watching next time on Doctor Who, Happy Times and Places, with me, Toby Hadoke, and some facts and observations, and doubtless some mistakes. But that's all part of life's rich tapestry. Well, it's been a long time under the sea for me, because I have been watching the Sea Devils sort of on, I think, 2 episodes in 2-episode batches over a couple of very, very exciting weeks in the world of Doctor Who. So I started watching this because the Legends of the Sea Devils were in the air. Literally, the story, The Legend of the Sea Devils, was on air. And by the time I finished, so actually there's been quite a gap, hasn't there? We've got a new Doctor Who, an old Doctor Who, and Doctor Who is all over the place, and people are talking, in great many cases, often a lot of nonsense about it. But it's I mean, I put on Facebook the other day, I dipped into Doctor Who Twitter, and then 4 seconds later decided probably won't be doing that again. All I would say, I guess, to people is, don't worry, it'll be fine. Anyway, I've actually been, one of the reasons for the delay with this is because I've been writing an Indefinable Magic, and the quite time consuming at the best of times. Indefinable Magic is another strand of these podcasts if you're just dipping into this one. Yeah, it's spent quite a lot of time on it, and I'm still not sure it's right. And I disappeared down a rabbit hole of all sorts of thoughts and ideas, and then realised, the people who are watching the Sea Devils alongside me have got the last episode I watched, which means I better watch the other two. So this is what I'm doing. So this is very close to the wire. It's almost live. I should do a live stream once I've worked out how to do that. Right. Anyway, we are going to... We did actually once. I was talking to Dan Hall when he was in charge of the DVD range, and it was convivial. It was a sort of dinnery type thing. And I suggested doing a live commentary, on stage or something like that, in front of an audience. And I think he rang somebody up and said, yeah, let's, or made a note of it or whatever. And it seemed like something I made as an off-the-cuff suggestion might happen. But actually it never did. I mean, they've done them at conventions and stuff, but I meant for a DVD, because you feed off the audience and stuff like that. But I think you do get a slightly different product. And as I say, you can do those at conventions. So you should really do on a disc what you can't do at conventions. Anyway, why am I... You don't... What's that? Who cares about that? Why am I talking about that? Let's talk about Doctor Who and the Sea Devils. We're going to watch from the beginning. And we're going to press play or select or however we're going to do it on episode 6, beginning in 3, 2, 1. So I gave you some Martin body facts last week, but there's another one that's lingering in my head, and it's something about... Oh, it's something. It's something. And when he tells me, I'll go, oh, yeah. Yeah, I might have to email him after this. That's Ian Hogg I'm talking about. Josiah from Ghostlight, who is a friend of Martin Body, who plays Walker, the annoying politician, in this. But this is... so Captain Hart here, Edwin Richfield, Mestor. He's also in 2 of the Quatermass films. Lived not far from me when I was growing up, but I never had the pleasure. I think he popped that. Oh, now that's different to the cliffhanger. That's a different shot. I like the way he smacks its head against the wall. Oh, Pertwee, you are so good at fighting monsters. Oh yeah, that's the good thing of. That's the lovely gag of. I wish he wouldn't go, and it's not quite. Yeah, it's. He'd have been very good in the pre-title sequence for. Rise of the Cybermen, wouldn't he? The way he lets one side of his mouth go. The master looks quite sort of dwarfed by them as well. So either they're very tall, or maybe Delgado wasn't hugely tall. But I love the gag of Pertwee dispatches 2 and goes, well, that's taken care of those 2 monsters, but he hasn't. Will you never learn? He hasn't noticed the one behind him who knocks him out. I love all this footage of the Sea Devils, and this is what you want. And this is makes a virtue of the tease early on. We're not withholding the monster. I like the way he shoved the naval ratings there. They're not very nice. Nice guards, are they, the Sea Devils? And those are obviously there's real naval people going. You're gonna have to imagine you've been captured by enemy combatants to get the acting out. But it's these men dressed as monsters. Good for them. I bet they had a right laugh. No, I'm looking at the Sea Devil's eyes. They really work. I think they're fantastic. They're like fish eyes. So they don't need to blink. I love the Pertwee neck stroke with finger. It's a nice little bit of business that he has. So yes, here's Awful Walker, who's a friend of Ian Hogg's and was a very fascinating fellow. Martin Body, although he does a strange thing in this episode where it looks like he's dancing with a sea devil whilst pretending to have a moustache. I don't quite know. It's just one of those bits that doesn't quite whatever the actors decided to do, it doesn't quite match in realization. Perhaps how they. I bet he watched it back and went, "Oh no, that's not what I meant to do. I meant to just put my hand up in shock. Now it looks like I'm pretending to have a moustache." I'm doing All Hail the Great Architect or whatever. I like how he's being so craven but trying to be sort of he's good casting because he looks exactly right. I mean, I promise you know. And I love the fact that because Captain Hart is he's his boss, really. He has to be kind of like, do you mind, sir? Rather than, oi, F off. Nowadays, you would probably just have somebody tell him to go, shove his beak up his ass. But I quite like this stuff from these days where, you have to respect the position. I because then you have to be a bit more imaginative in the way that you tell people to shut up or sod off or insult them. There is something to be said about etiquette because it's the undermining of it that makes it much more effective than just being able to say anything to anybody. So that's why I quite like a bit of decorum and etiquette, partially because you have to think of inventive ways to undermine it. Yes, it's in this episode where they have the bit, don't they, where the sort of alarm goes. The Doctor rigs the device, doesn't he, to send out a signal that makes the Sea Devils sort of clutch their ears, and the Master doesn't notice for about half an hour. That's a joy to come. It's a nice set. This I can, those brick walls. I can feel those brick walls painted with the Blanco. And look at the way that the master eyes the Doctor. He's sort of, he's got the sort of sincere thing of going, you know what you're doing here, but there's a slight, I'm just not sure about you. I love Roger Delgado's performance. Ventilation shaft. A round of applause for the ventilation shaft. That great staple of Doctor Who, where small female companions are shoved into essentially a corridor in the sky, corridor in the roof, and have to. Oh, the music's got a bit comedy now. Oh, I like Joe's shoes. But yeah, Joe has been excellent in this. Somebody pointed out in the feedback, in the the back and forth we have on Patreon. I don't mean to keep mentioning Patreon. This isn't an advert. That was quite a nice match, actually, from that, against what would have just been a little bit of wall in studio to their coming out. That was nice because the lighting was nice. It was just simple and it set the illusion. I really like Joe's outfit, but Joe's been brilliant in this because she rescues the Doctor. She does the bit where she gets the boat off Robbins, and she's capering about the base now. She's very plucky. She's in the thick of the action. Great story for Joe. Katie Manning is adorable. And forget this. Joe is, I think, because Joe is such a good character, but it doesn't seem like she's not as big a character as some. The Second Doctor is a great character, and it's a great piece of character acting. But Joe, because the performance of Joe is not quite so so sort of big in a way that the character of Joe is not as big a character as the Second Doctor. You sort of think, oh well, that just must be what the actress is like. But actually, I mean, she doesn't even talk like Katie Manning. They don't even have the same timbre of voice. It actually is a character performance. It's so good, it's so complete, but without being showy. And I don't mean that Troughton's showy, but that is a big characterization that Troughton does of the sort of overgrown schoolboy. Whereas, and Joe has lots to recommend her as a character, but it's not like she's not putting a hump on, or she's not putting on an accent. Although she, as I say, she is putting on a voice, but it doesn't seem like she is. So you sort of think, oh, Joe and Katie Manning are actually the same, and they're not remotely. Well, no, they are a bit, but it is very much a characterization. And I think we forget that, or I forget that sometimes, just because Joe is, Joe doesn't come apart at the seams ever. She's absolutely. Oh, this is the bit where there's all this going on, and it's really brilliantly filmed, and the nice cutting. That's quite Michael Ferguson-y, actually. Those cutting of the machinery at the different angle, and the Sea Devils, and so this is all going on. Joe has time to get Captain Hart out. Walker has time to do. This is the bit where he does the moustache. Look at that. What's that? I think he's just putting his hand to his mouth in terror. And then, of course, that's the brilliant gaff that instead of being brave, he just shuts himself back in the cupboard. I think that's hilarious. And then Captain Hart's going to get to do some real actually stuff. But this is all going on. And the Master is still supposedly in that room with the Doctor going, well, am I going to notice yet? So, because we can't see the Master, he's sort of out of sight and out of mind. But I think it doesn't quite work. Sorry, I know this is Happy Times and Places, and I'm loving Edwin Richfield in a hovercraft with a gun shooting lizards. Brilliant, love it. And of course, some of the lizards do a somersault. I think especially if they're played by Stuart Fell, or only if they're played by Stuart Fell. Because I think he's the gymnast. I love it. Look at that hovercraft. That looks amazing. Again, watching Doctor Who in the 70s, that must have been the equivalent of $1 million. It's a fantastic piece of kit. And then look at it, whoa, hurtling out to sea. This is great. And you know it's not stock footage because it's got Joe and Edwin Richfield in it. And the Master is still standing there. Switch the power off, he says. Well, and it's not like there hasn't been a Sea Devil with them in the room that whole time. So what? This is the Master just doing his crossword. Or are we supposed to think that no, because it had to give them time to do all of that. So literally he was standing there whilst they got out of the room, went to get that gun, went into the hovercraft, shot a few Sea Devils. Blah. Yeah, that I mean, bless it. But that is one of those moments that there's no point trying to cover up. Although sometimes when I say things like this, somebody will then write in and go, oh yeah, but what about this? And I'll go, oh yeah, I've thought about this loads and that hasn't occurred to me. So always have an open mind, I would say, because quite often I'll say something and I'll go, I don't quite make sense of that. And as I say, all it takes is somebody with a different perspective who has a very simple solution. And there's actually some nice humour in that he spares the Doctor. He says he might well prove useful, but and of course that now in certain dynamics that would just be bad writing because you go, well, what he, of course you'd kill your arch enemy who's the only person that with the wherewithal to destroy these creatures. Oh, he's got a couple of little buttons on his cloak now on film, the Chief Sea Devil. I'm sure he didn't have those in studio. His cloak's marvellous on film. Actually, I think that's quite a funky cloak on film. He said, I don't think he's quite as well dressed in the studio, the Chief Sea Devil. But the Master sparing the Doctor on this, of course, is a great joke because the Doctor knows how to use the equipment and the Master isn't quite sure. But he's sort of going, yeah, keep him alive. It might prove useful. Ha ha ha. Now, this is all... I mean, I shouldn't like this. I like things that are cerebral and clever and satirical and work on several levels. I do also quite like soldiers charging about with guns shooting monsters. I'm sorry about that, everybody. That's cracking. But I know it's fiction. I'm not a violent man. No, it's all right. I like watching things like this. It's Doctor Who. I'm not going to apologise. And when one falls off a roof, I like it even more. And I think that's going to happen. Yeah, because I always worry that he's going to hit that girder that's sticking out, or whatever that is. So yeah, you go bang, and I mean that's a fall, but that's also a fall where if you don't time that right, you hit a girder. And then I quite like the fact that it does a sort of death grimace, a death squirm as you see it land on the floor, which is obviously a cut from a different angle, but it's just little bits of attention to detail to make the action, rather more fun and funky. So there's all these Sea Devils dying horribly. I like that one that sort of fired on the floor in death. And I remember in the book, and I remember Doctor Who magazine. Oh yes, because it's the Chief Sea Devil that dies here, I think, isn't it? Because this is Myers. It's the Chief in the book. It says something like the Chief Sea Devil's words were interrupted by a bullet fired by one CPO Myers, entered its brain, and blah, 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 blah. I remember Doctor Who magazine talking about how, another writer would have just said, CPO Myers walked in and shot the Chief Sea Devil. But the way it is in the book, as I say, it's something like, its voice was stopped by its brain, the bullet entering its brain. And this is John Caesar, which I think is a great name. And you think, oh, that's a very uncommon name. He'll be easy to find stuff about. Then actually, there's loads of, and there's a Johnny Caesar who was an actor in Emmerdale Farm. It's a different actor, but this John Caesar, he'd been a monoid, man in market in Rome, and a walk-on in other stuff as well. So yeah, John Caesar. But yeah, I'd have thought Caesar was quite an uncommon name, but actually it's not. And John, of course, isn't. But yes, I'm sure in the book, it's Myers comes in and kills the chief sea devil. Whereas a lot of them seem to have these buttons on in this one, or are they just wearing the chief sea devil's costume? Anyway, so we haven't seen the chief die, have we? And the master's off. Oh, we did, because we did see one with buttons fall over, go over a railing. But anyway, yes, I'm going to keep an eye out to see. Maybe we see this chief sea devil later. I cannot remember. I haven't watched this in an awfully long time. When I watched this before, I got to episode 4. When I watched it in preparation for this, and I thought I'd leave a couple of them as a surprise, and now I'm regretting that because I'm supposed to be giving informed commentary. But I remember Derek Ware telling me that he'd done some of this, I think, because Roger Delgado was. So there's a chief sea devil with a cloak on, but as I say, I think the chief is sometimes doubling as all of the others. But no, that's definitely a chief. I think that cloak looks really good on film and going into the sea. That makes for a great sort of silhouette. I love the chief sea devil's cloak on film. Never really noticed it before. Now I'm very drawn to it. But I think Derek Ware did some of this, but Roger Delgado also does some. But Derek, that's definitely Derek. Yeah. Derek said that Roger Delgado was quite frightened of the water, and Pertwee was at pains to point out that he was. I'm sure Pertwee says in his book, he was very timid about the water. Bless him. But this is great, all of this stuff. But yes, the master's looking back a lot and away from camera, and then we do a clever cut, don't we? Because he's waited. And his head's at exactly the same angle, and his hair's slightly wet. Well done, everybody. And yes, look, it's the little. I love the little. This is what we put you in to take you under to our base. This the yellow submarine. It's a yellow submarine. The master's hair was wet as well. That was convincing, but that wasn't him on the. Even if it wasn't Derek Ware, it was it wasn't Roger Delgado. But I know Derek was about. So the Doctor and the Master get recaptured away from the base. Of course they do, because they get taken down. And of course the Chief Sea Devil is still alive, because they've got all that stuff to do back in Sea Devilsville, beneath the sea. And of course, Walker becomes the warmonger, and Malcolm Holt gets to make his points about. I mean, I have to say the Sea Devils. Oh, well, I was going to say actually the Sea Devils. Oh, I like the way he's folding his arms, going, "Yeah, what is it?" I was going to say the Sea Devils aren't quite as potentially peace-loving as the Silurians, but they are. That was what all of episode 5 was about. The Doctor talking to the Sea Devil, who seemed, quite keen on the idea of living in peace, and it was only with the depth charges that made them go, actually, let's kill the humans. And I like the fact that the Doctor there tries, and Pert was very sincere. I'm sorry, it is, he will blow up the monsters, and Doctor Who does blow up the monsters more often than we sometimes would like to admit, if we want to think of the Doctor as this liberal guy who reads books and only kills when he really, really has to. But here, it's one of those. He did give them the opportunity, and then when they said no, he was a bit sad and a bit sorry. and he's reversed the polarity of the neutron flow. The first time it is said in Doctor Who, and it's not said that often. In fact, it's not said again, is it, till the Five Doctors? But it became that cliche, didn't it? That's what the Doctor always said. But it was certainly a line that Jon Pertwee liked. And of course, the Sea Devils have now gone for all-out war. They've even turned on their... I've reversed the polarity of the neutron flow. I wonder if Steve Hatcher will choose that as his favourite thing. It is just one of those lovely things of Doctor Who, isn't it? To a certain strata of Doctor Who fans, quite near, nerd core, core nerd. We know reverse the polarity of the neutron flow, not just that it's the line in the Sea Devils, but it's the line that, Jon Pertwee talked about and Terence Dix talked about, and it stands for a certain little thing that makes us give a little grin in Doctor Who lore, if you like. And isn't the Doctor very brave, going, well, I'll blow us up for the greater good? Have I talked about Alec Wallace? I don't know if I have, because there's so much to talk about this. Alec Wallace playing leading telegraphist Bowman, who Michael Bryant, I'm sure, thought of as very good at operating a radio, because he's also Warner in episode 1 of Revenge of the Cybermen, where that's pretty much all he does, is sit at a desk and talk through talk to somebody at the other end of a line, listen to incoming information, and talk to somebody. So he does a couple of Doctor Who's, and they're both Michael Bryant ones. Very nice when a director likes you and uses you more than once. I hope you poisoned them. Jane, who gets a little bit less to... I didn't talk enough about her little sort of comedy bits with Walker in episode 5, which I rather liked, and she gave as good as she got within the confines of her rank. That's nice that, yes, so Jo has a little bit of a moment there with Captain Hart, and Captain Hart likes our heroes enough to just do one quick pass, which gets... so this is where you can't cheat the shot of Delgado, where he's in the water, and I think, Pertwee said that this was where Delgado was particularly, brave, but not brave. I think in his book he says what was brave about Roger was that he was an absolute coward. He was really scared. So it's a kind of Pertwee compliment, really. But, good for him, because, that would have been not nice as well. That's going to be cold, but I do love the gear. That's pretty cool gear, and well done, Delgado. And I like the fact that, Pertwee sort of shoves him in as well, because it just shows that Pertwee is sort of confident and capable in any environment, really. He can just, you chuck Pertwee in anywhere, he's game, he'll do it. And that's I think we sometimes take that for granted in our leading actor, but not all of them could. And Pertwee, I think Pertwee, you could I know he could, but I think he could be quite tricky, and I think he was more worried about the acting sometimes than some of the others, because he wasn't used to drama acting. But and that's quite a convincing thing as well, because there's something about a heart attack in Doctor Who that you go, oh, hang on, that seems really realistic, because you're used to people sort of being blown up and falling off buildings, but somebody dying of a heart attack, it's not quite. You go, oh, that's a bit of a sort of reality has suddenly imposed itself upon proceedings, and therefore it seems sort of a bit stark and a bit real. Yes, and this is a nice... Now, we know that's not... that's the Master and not the Doctor, but we still get the drama, because Jo doesn't know, so it gives you leading actress a bit of acting to do. Now, even though the pressure's off for us because we know it, it still feeds into the drama and the emotion. It's lovely. It's filling the screen with impact. So yeah, we've seen the Master collapse, which because it's the Doctor that's blown up, so they didn't have to drop the depth charges. So actually, the Doctor could have sort of had his cake and eaten it. He could have escaped and let the Navy blow them up. And apparently, I know that a lot of the naval guys liked Edwin Richfield because I think he knew what he was doing with the is it the ACAT gun and all of that. That's an actual naval guy who gets that line. Yeah, I don't know where the Master does he. I mean, does he just have? So yeah, these aren't extras. I don't think these are equity members. I think they've co-opted a couple of naval guys into doing those bits. I don't know where the Master does. He just have a couple of masks in his pocket in case he needs to shove one on somebody's face. I mean, it's one of those things that we just sort of go, let's pretend that silliness didn't. But I mean, it's a key element to his escaping. But you sort of go, I mean, if I think about that for a second, doesn't quite work. As I say, somebody will write in now and I go, no, it's he does this, that, the other. John sees that. Well, I suppose he couldn't go anywhere else because the others were all paired. Talking about positioning on the credits now. That it's a funny old ending, isn't it? Because it's lots of sort of action, really, and then it's quite. It ends quite abruptly, really. But after lots and lots of lovely action by Havoc. Sylvia James did the makeup. Tony Millier did the sound. I've had the pleasure of interviewing both of those good people. So yeah, it's a funny old episode because it's the money episode, isn't it? We've been in the studio a bit for the middle episodes, and they go, well, let's go out with a bang with some lovely footage of dying monsters and guns and explosions for the child who takes up a lot of space within me. So I'm going to work backwards on this. Because I've got to choose a favourite thing from episode 6, and I've got to choose a favourite overall thing. And I have been waiting for this moment. Because my a sort of favourite bonus thing. And my bonus thing is the cliffhangers. I think the cliffhangers in the Sea Devils are all excellent. The first one, I think, because received wisdom, the way that we're wired to expect these things is, it'll be a close-up of the monster's face. And you actually get that before the cliffhanger. And then you get this sort of trick cliffhanger where if you think about it for a second, you go, oh no, that's Declan Mulholland breathing heavily, but it's really well shot. It's sudden. It sort of crashes in, and it's basically a man staggering towards the room the Doctor's in. But the way that it's done, and if you're a kid, you might go, oh no, I think it must be the guy, and you then give yourself bonus points as a kid for working it out. Then the one with the knife flying through the air is great after a virtuoso sort of piece of comedy action. That's really well done by the two leads who you can absolutely watch doing that stuff all day. And then you get that knife thrown. It's that's brilliant. Really inventive piece of camera. What's episode 3? Episode 4 is episode 3 is the Sea Devil rising from the sea. Yes, please. What an image. You got the minefield there as well, so the Doctor's cut off because you got the Master up there, the cliffs, the sea, so it's making use of the location. It's an iconic image. It's a wonderful creature design. Beautiful, gorgeous, and it's beautifully shot. And then episode 4 is just, so simple, so brilliant. Joe sticks her head in after... actually, Edwin Richfield deserves some credit as well because he does grim face very well. That's a certain acting thing that you have to do occasionally, grim face. He does grim face very well, and then Joe goes in and... Whoa. And then episode 6 is, Doctor threatened by a monster, but it just, again... episode 5, sorry, but it's certainly the weakest of them all, but it's still a really good... It's a tip-top example of its kind, and that's partially because the base constituents are so good. So my bonus thing is the cliffhangers, which leaves me episode 6's favourite thing. And I think I have to say just the action. You know, the fact that they give a lot of this episode over to lots of inventive ways of sea devils blowing up and somersaulting and falling off things. And it's, you know, as I say, it's the money shots. It's the, you know, it's the action-packed finale, and that's exactly what they go for. And all the smoke on the beach and all of that. Yeah, love it. So, Sea Devil, deathy, actiony, action by Havoc, but with added lizardry, is my favourite thing for episode 6. And part of that is Edwin Richfield being so good charging about as Captain Hart. I like Edwin Richfield. He's I'm not sure I've mentioned him enough during the commentary, because again, he's he's one of those actors that could just do that stuff that so well that we just sort of take for granted, which is why, you know, it's such a blissful landscape to cross all of this, 70s television. Oh, I love it. It takes me to a happy place. Let's see if it's taken Steve Hatcher to a happy place. What's his favourite thing about episode 6, and what is his bonus thing?
For the final episode, episode 6, I'm going to pick on something again that is there all the way through the story. The absolutely fantastic cast that Michael E. Bryant put together for this story. I've already mentioned Clive Morton as Trenchard, Edwin Richfield as Captain Hart, Donald Sumpter as the submarine captain, Royston Tickner as in a very small role as the boatman who takes them out to the sea fort, to the castle, I beg your pardon, at the beginning. Fine actor Royston Tickner, who was in so many programmes in the and films in the 50s, 60s, 70s. He was an ever-present, it seems. Another one, a similar status, Declan Mulholland, who is one of the very short-lived men on the sea fort who is attacked in the Sea Devil's first appearance in the story. Declan Mulholland, of course, who later went on to be, or to nearly be, to not quite be, the original Jabba the Hutt in Star Wars. He played the role, and then his scenes were cut out. Poor Declan Mulholland. But there we go. Towering above these, of course, is, as I've said before, the mighty Delgado, who is at his absolute peak in this story. He is sinister, he is manipulating, he is funny, sitting there watching the Clangers. Terrific cast all the way through this. Now, my extra little thing that I've come up with is, I think, quite an obvious one, really. Malcolm Clarke's music. What I absolutely love about the music in the Sea Devils is you never quite know whether you're listening to music or sound effects, particularly with the Master's BP whirring machine and the sounds of the Sea Devils' guns and the strange sounds in the Sea Devil base, the submarine. There's all the settings are places where you would expect to hear odd sounds, and we don't half get some odd sounds. But are those odd sounds what our characters are hearing, or are they part of the music? You're never quite sure in this story. It's an incidental score that is totally different from anything else that is heard anywhere else in Doctor Who. It's instantly recognisable, and it's absolutely wonderful. And those are my things from the Sea Devils. Toby, I hope you enjoy watching it again. I look forward to hearing what you've got to say about the story. And thanks so much again for asking me to take part in this. It really has been an absolute privilege. Bye.
Oh, that's lovely. Well, a few things there. Obviously, well, the cast, I mean, yes. I could talk about the cast forever, and probably did for much of the 6 episodes. I always try and veer away from that because I think it's so obvious for me to do. But of course, it's not obvious for anyone because all I ever do is wang on about actors and be sad that they're dead. If I had a pound for every time I did that, I'd have retired long ago. But I'm glad, Steve, like the cast, and it is an excellent cast. I think Royston Tickner was also in The Keep, the Michael Mann film. So I was going to, because he said, Steve said 50, 60, 70s ago, he was in a modern film, of course. I suspect The Keep with Michael Mann's film is not a modern film anymore, but it's what I consider to be a modern film. These talkies, newfangled. But yeah, good that Steve picked out the cast and yes, some of the less obvious ones. Thanks for that, Steve. And I said plenty about the cast, and I do think it is a uniformly very strong cast. As I say, right down to I love Colin Bell, Eric Mason. Some of these are one scene characters. Then. Right up to the top. Yeah, when you've got Donald Sumpter in a sort of, the guest leads, Clive Morton and Edwin Richfield. So when you've got Donald Sumpter providing you with a bit of ballast, you're in a good place. And yes, Roger Delgado. I could just wax lyrical about him whenever he's on the screen. He is so good. It's such an intelligent performance. But also quite naturalistic within the confines of what it does. Obviously, it's a performance of a certain type, of a certain dignity and composure and precision. But it's never unbelievable. Even though he's doing some quite sort of moustache twirling villainous things. It's still totally committed and totally believable. I love Delgado. I still think he's my favourite master. Although I did love what Michelle Gomez did with Missy. I thought they were very clever with the way that they showed the master as an absolute psychopath. And I'm not a rejecter of the modern. I think Sacha Dhawan has done a terrific job again as a sort of slightly unhinged harlequin that he is. But he's got a seam of viciousness about him, but he's also really likable. So, but I just think for just the elegance and the menace and the fact that the fact that he's so cold and horrible, and yet he's so, I nearly swore again, charming. It's such a brilliant combination. I love Delgado. I really do. And he chose Malcolm Clarke's music, did Steve. Now, that's interesting because I talked about it. Stop saying interesting, you tiresome man. That's me. I've got to think of a different word to say. Or, if I do it, to not obsess about it and wang on about it and make it even worse, which I've just done, and then deconstructed to really hammer home the point that I'm trying to avoid. So, the music, it is a distinctive part of it. I'd heard and read so much about the Sea Devil score, the first full-length score, I think it used to say in Doctor Who magazine. And as I say, when I got the album and I played it, I'd got a very old record player that I bought in a 50-50 auction. It's a thing you have in the countryside in the middle of nowhere in the 1980s. And I bought it, I think I bought it for £1. And it was a sort of closed record player. But it had it when you turned the volume up, it sort of went, and actually the turntable didn't go around. And then a friend of mine who's clever, a sort of handyman, so he's older than me, but he used to come and do odd jobs for us. But he befriended me, very nice chap, still a friend, Derek. He just said, "Oh, just put some margarine on it," because I was like, "I bought this thing and it doesn't work." And put margarine on it, worked fine, but because it went when you turned the volume up, and it stopped making that noise when you alighted on where you wanted to be. When I put the needle on, and I went, I thought, oh, there's something. No, it's the speakers. That's a malfunction. I didn't for a second think it was music. I thought it was on at the wrong speed because this one had 16 and 78. I think I might have said some of this in earlier episodes. And it is quite a. I've actually been doing it. We were lounging around the other morning, and I started going. She went, "What are you doing?" I went, "Incidental music to the Sea Devils." But actually, there was some bits there that I pointed out, wasn't I, that were quite sort of bubbly, and they do have that sort of slight strange echo. I like the bit that goes boom, boom, boom. That it is, it is evocative of the bottom of the sea. It's an It's not just random noise. It is trying to suggest the sort of inky depths and the echoing of the chambers that the sea devils exist in underneath the deep dark ocean. And I think it really works so much better within the story than it does as a record. And of course it does, because it was designed to be incidental music for a television program, not something a teenager should be listening to in his bedroom, which should have been altogether funkier and full of a bit more loving. And yet I didn't choose it as one of my things, which maybe speaks volumes, but maybe that's because it had kind of, its place in my psyche is it's that racket on that record, and it's always through that filter that I take it when I'm watching the story, because I do think it works. When I've thought about it here doing this, in the moments where it works in the stories, I think it works very well. But I didn't choose it, and the proof of the pudding is in the eating, and I'm not unhappy, as I sometimes am with my choice. I think I like Walker's Mouth. I like the cliffhangers. I did the first thing I thought of when I thought, what do I love about episode 6 is squirming, falling, tumbling sea devils on a beach. And all the things I chose in the previous episodes I'm more than happy with. So I'm sorry, Malcolm Clark, because it is a special, it is a bit of a landmark in Doctor Who in many ways, because what it represents to fans of a certain age who experienced it in certain ways. I'm interested to see what perhaps younger fans who, just come and watch the story, as does the music to the Sea Devils, hold any particular, have any particular emphasis for you, or is it just a score like any other? Because it exists within its own sort of sphere, really, for I think for my generation. I cannot speak for my generation, but I as when I do talk to people, it seems we have similar experiences. Also, this has been nice, is to connect with Steve. Steve recorded that when this podcast, I don't think I put any out, because I contacted a lot of people, because you don't know how long people will take. So poor old Steve has waited ages to hear this, and I'm in touch with Steve on Facebook. He's a Facebook friend, and so people are sort of contactable, and I'm sure we've exchanged messages about this, that, and the other. But it's actually really nice to connect and remind yourself. Even though we didn't have a conversation here, I'm responding to a video he recorded probably before COVID. No, because these were launched during COVID. But a while ago, when Ncuti Gatwa was just that bloke off saying, well, that wasn't a while ago. That was only 2 weeks ago. But yeah. A while ago, when Jodie Whittaker was quite new, but I got a real affection for Steve. They're going, oh yeah, that's really interesting hearing his stuff, and it's nice talking to Steve, even though we weren't actually talking. And it's nice to connect, isn't it? And it's nice to hear other fans being positive in perhaps ways that you might not be. And I was won over by his commitment to what I'd asked him to do here, and the wholeheartedness with which he, explained his likes. And I felt kinship with a fellow Doctor Who fan, and a very nice man. So we are a community, and I think sometimes because we all connect on social media, we forget that we can connect in other ways. God, that sounded a bit mawkish. I didn't mean it to. I just meant it was really nice to see Steve, and I enjoyed hearing what he had to say. And I like the fact that there are people like that in my life, who aren't necessarily people that I, are people I go to the pub with, or go for dinner with, or phone up for a chat or anything like that. But that, but is there, and maybe it's a reminder that we should connect with people a bit more than we do. Because that is different to just dropping someone a line, or a thumbs up on Messenger, or a heart on their tweet. Anyway, before I descend into, I can't think of a better word than mawkishness, which is why I used it first time round. So, shut up now, Toby. Right. So, thanks for watching The Sea Devils. I hope wherever you are is a happy time and place. And it's really exciting being a Doctor Who fan in the present with all the news that's coming out. But this has been a great reminder to me. As I say, this was never top of my list of stories. I've just dipped into a story that was always one that I'd quite enjoyed, but, you know, never write home about particularly. And I have loved pretty much every minute of it. Perhaps not that 2.5 minutes. Well, no, I love the 2.5 minutes of Captain Hart and Joe charging outside and doing all their business. I didn't like the 2.5 minutes we didn't see of the Master just standing there reading. I just finished this chapter before I check what the Doctor's doing. Even though I'm standing next to him and there's a sea devil with its hands clasped behind its ears. Oh, I like the way the sea devil recovered, by the way, where it sort of stood up straight and then back towards the door. Anyway, shut up, Toby. It was all great, except for that bit that we couldn't see. But that's maybe it was wise that we didn't see it. Lots action, great film, fantastic monsters, top cast, the regulars Pertwee, Manning and Delgado on absolutely top form, a writer with something to say, interesting soundscape, a slight different vista for the time period, because, you know, the sea and all that naval equipment just really sort of, you know, buff up and give a bit of variety to an era that I sometimes worry that I think is all a bit too similar. Michael Bryant, terrific director. So much to talk about. I hope I did in a way that was entertaining and enabled you to enjoy your journey to the bottom of the sea if you've been watching along, or to, I don't know, Prestatyn, wherever you're going, if you're listening to this in your car. Enjoy the destination. I hope I've made your journey slightly less tedious than it might have been. Right. Thanks. Try and think of a way to end this, Toby, that means you don't do another tedious monologue where you get to the end of and realise you haven't ended it. The end. All right, that's the end. The end. That's the end of the Sea Devils. Go away. I'm getting into my hovercraft and I'm sailing into the sunset. Oh, a little bit of something extra. I spent much of the last 2 episodes going, I know loads of fascinating things about Martin Body, who plays Walker, the awful MP, and then failing to tell you any of them, because it was vague in the back of my head. I'm sure there are interesting things. And I got them all from Ian Hogg, the actor who plays Josiah in Ghostlight. So I've emailed Ian, and just in time for releasing this, he's emailed me back very kindly with his memories of working with Martin Body. I remember him, says Ian, very well, as a very upright and right-thinking Englishman who fought in the Second World War, in the Air Force, I think. He had a magnificent voice, and was in the middle of training in bel canto with intentions to make his way in the world of opera. The 6 years of war put an end to these hopes, and he went into acting. He was in dozens of English films, and I stood at the right shoulder of John Mills. I was one of the Wartime Veterans Brigade. I founded the Lord's Taverners Cricket Elite. He was the very figure of an officer and a gentleman, but with a twinkle in his eye. I played Henry V at Birmingham Rep, and he played my Uncle Exeter. He was marvellous, I thought. We shared a dressing room, and he often looked at his face in the mirror and mused out loud to me. I was shocked and fascinated by what he said. He looked at his reflection and said, "Look at him, Ian. Would you think a face like that would be asked to sing the Lord's Prayer backwards at Alistair Crowley's funeral? Would you?" He looked at me and put a finger to his lips, winked, and smiled at me. Fact or fiction? Ian Hogg, you are so ready to believe me. Too ready, dear boy, for your own good. I'd never do such a thing. He was a treacherous sod, though I did have a magnificent voice. They should never have thought I would do it. I met the man after a broadcast. We were having a farewell drink at the Glue Pot, the local pub. Strange times, dear boy. I'd never sing his prayers for him, treacherous sod. I met Dylan Thomas there, too. Wit and weirdness prevailed. High old times, dear boy. All on the 3rd programme. Most interesting work in those times. That and the cricket. I was very fond of him, says Ian. My Uncle Exeter indeed. If you want to find out more about Alistair Crowley, read Colin Wilson's biography, The Nature of the Beast. Then you'll realise what a shock it was to hear Martin come out with this tale. He had a twinkle in his eye, so I don't know if it's true. Martin was a great companion and a true man of honour. So there you have it. I thought the story was that he sang at Aleister Crowley's funeral. The real story is that maybe he was asked to because he was such a fine singer. But as Ian says, fact or fiction, nonetheless, jolly and nice to remember Martin Body. Well, thanks very much for listening to this omnibus edition of Happy Times and Places, which is presented by me, Toby Hadoke. My special guest was Steve Hatcher, who can be found on Twitter at Stephen_Hatcher. I'm grateful to him and to all the landlubbers, I'm trying to continue the nautical theme, who support these podcasts on Patreon. They include James Lark, Lisa and Andrew, Gavin McLean, Steve Manfred, Dave Matthewman, Jason Mayo, Frank Shales, Risto Mattisarillo, Barry Platt, Adam Parker, Graham Knott, Kevin Murdoch, Rick Moran, Roland Moore, Nathan Martin, Philip Marsh, Joe Llewellyn, Ian Key, Chris Hyam, Paul Harris, Siobhan Galichon, Jason Gorman, Paul Dunn, Chris Dunford Kelk, John Deere, Grant Davidson, Peter Chamberlain, Richard Chalk, Paul Cook, Nigel Bromley and Tim Arding. The music is by Dave Gates and the artwork by Dylan Patterson. Ahar and all that, because I'm keeping up the... Basically, it's set by the sea, isn't it? So I've gone for pirate. Well, it's because I'm recording this at the same time as I recorded the opening, which for you was 4 hours ago. But I instead of saying a warm welcome, I said, didn't I? I said wet, cold, and salty. And as I got to this end, I thought that might not make any sense, because I didn't then go, because it's the Sea Devils, because that's what I was doing. But wet, cold and salty, well, you could make up all sorts of stories in your own head about that. So I thought, well, I better carry on the nautical theme in the closing credits. And it was then during that I realised, well, but they won't know why I've done that, because it was hours ago that I did the opening. And there's nothing. I know it's called the Sea Devils and it's set by the sea, but I was being sort of my nautical theme was sort of more sort of piratical or sensual. Anyway, so I thought I'd draw attention to it here. I think that's a waste of everybody's time. It's Valentine's. I'm doing this on Valentine's Day. What? Because I want to get some of these omnibuses done. And they're a different kettle of fish. Oh, nautical theme, because I redo the opening and closing credits, but because I thought that might be quite fun. I thought that might add a little bit of something different. Well, it has, because this is supposed to be the bit where I plug Patreon, and instead I'm wanging on about things related to the sea and then giving you a reason as to why I'm doing that. You probably picked it up. You probably went, oh yeah, cold, wet and salty, because it's the Sea Devils. We read from the title, even though you don't announce it. That becomes when the guest comes on and says what they're doing. We know we're going to be listening to the Sea Devils. We can read. We've chosen this as the one we listen to. So actually, you probably did all the work yourself, and everything I've just said in the past couple of minutes has been redundant. But then again, a lot of what I say is redundant anyway. And now I can see the musical sting coming up, and it would seem odd to insert the sort of Patreon plug before this. So this is the kind of post-credits coda that normally goes at the end that is actually going at the first bit of the end, because, hey, we all like to be a bit different. And my goodness, if you want to support this utter nonsense on Patreon, you could do so by going to patreon.com/Toby Hadoke, where you'll get advance releases. The regular Happy Times and Places releases are about 6 months ahead. The omnibuses, they are a different prospect. They sort of come out as and when, really. There's no pattern, there's no method to that madness. The Too Much Information and Happy and Indefinable Magic podcasts are about a month in advance for patrons, but you also get exclusive AMAs. They don't go anywhere else. Far Too Much Information, which is another sort of trivia-based addendum to the Too Much Information podcasts, and various other bits and bobs behind the scenes of any podcast extras that I do, and some extra interviews and things like that. So that's patreon.com/Toby Hadoke, which starts for as little as £3 a month. And you can go up the tiers if you so desire. You also got your name mentioned in the podcasts at various intervals, and all sorts of other access and goodness. If you can't or don't want to do that, because that is a monthly commitment, you can go to ko-fi.com/Toby Hadoke and just do a one-off payment whenever you like. You pretend you're buying me coffee. That's kind of how it works. You're buying somebody a coffee who's made you a nice thing. I think that's the vibe they're going for, although I'm never hugely approving of spelling a thing the wrong way in order to make it funky. That said, I'm not a fan of underscores either, and Steve's got one of those at his Twitter handle. I've talked about underscores before, but they do bother me. And I'm also on social media on at Hadoke Podcasts on Twitter, or at Toby Hadoke, depending on if you want just stuff about these podcasts or if you want stuff about the comedy clubs that I run and various other bits and bobs that I do. And I have a Facebook page, and I'm on Instagram at toby.hadoke. Well, that's quite enough of that. Sorry about the attempts to bind this all with oceanic words. I suppose I just have to say my name, and that reminds most people who think I'm called Toby Hadoke, Tony Hadoke even, most of the time. Anyway, I think I've said quite enough of a piscine nature, and we will leave it at that. But as I record this, you won't be hearing it when I record it, because I'm banking this for future release. But I'm recording this on Valentine's Day, just to prove that for Doctor Who fans, it is perhaps not a date in the calendar that we use to its fullest potential, and that does not reflect well on us. So I'm now going to go into the rest of my house and see if it has become one for dogs. Yes, from the ocean to the doghouse.